Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. We are ready to begin. This special Planning Commission meeting is called to order. Tonight's meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. We are live on KCLV Channel 2, and this meeting will be rebroadcast Saturday at 10 a.m., the following Monday at midnight, and Tuesday at 5 a.m. and 6 p.m., and those rebroadcasts will follow the regular Planning Commission meetings. So just want you to be aware of that. Will everyone please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, will you please call roll?
Chair Moody.
Here.
Vice Chair Schlotman.
Present.
Commissioner Quinn.
Here.
Commissioner Trowbridge.
Here.
Commissioner Flangus.
Here.
Commissioner Creer.
Here.
Commissioner Cherry.
Here.
You do have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I call your attention to the information printed in your agenda concerning our actions and the appeal and review process, if appropriate. Please read this carefully, and if you have any questions, staff is available. Also, the second page of the agenda contains our rules of conduct, which I'll review in a little more detail here in just a minute. We do appreciate you adhering to these rules so that we can have a smooth meeting tonight. Item number 4, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium and give your name for the record. The amount of discussion as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made under this item for specific action items will be cross-referenced to those items. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda, with the understanding that you're going to be given the chance later on in tonight's meeting to speak on the items listed in your agenda? Okay, we'll move on to item 5. These are housekeeping items. Are there any items that commissioners, staff, applicants, or members of the public would like to pull forward for action? Seeing none, Commissioner Schlotman, your motion, well, there is no motion because we're not moving anything forward. Okay. So it's my duty tonight as chair of the Special Planning Commission meeting to act as the presiding officer. We have 7 public hearing items that we will consider over the next few hours. Having met with many of you over the last many months, we understand that these are controversial items, which makes the rules of conduct even more important for tonight's meeting. In a moment, I will read into the record the items up for consideration, and then I'll ask for staff for its report and recommendation. The applicant should be at the microphone during this report. Once the staff presentation is complete, the applicant and anyone here present on behalf of the applicant will be asked to state their name and address and then give a 30-minute presentation. In other words, the applicant's entire presentation will be limited to no more than 30 minutes. It will be up to those speaking during that time to determine how they are going to divide those 30 minutes, but the clerk will set a timer and I will enforce that time. At the conclusion of the applicant's 30 minutes, I will give equal time for a presentation by professionals, representatives, and spokespersons for those opposing the applications. I understand, having talked with several of you, that this time will be divided between Queensridge, HOA, the Golf Course Committee, and possibly a few others. At the conclusion of that 30-minute block, I will ask if there are any other HOAs that wish to be heard. If there are any, I will give those representatives speaking on behalf of HOAs 5 minutes each. The rest of the meeting will be for individual property owners who wish to speak. I will impose a 2-minute time limitation on each property owner, and I ask you, in fact, we beg you, to not make your comments repetitive. We want to hear from everyone who wishes to be heard tonight, but we certainly don't want to hear the same thing over and over again. Should you choose, those of you property owners who wish to be heard tonight, should you choose to have someone speak on your behalf that can summarize the views of your group or neighborhood, I'm willing to give that individual 5 minutes instead of 2 who might speak on your behalf. If there are at least 5 of you who are present and willing to give your time to that individual. In other words, you can yield your time, but I can't give 30 of you the opportunity to yield those 2 minutes for each of you to someone so that we hear from someone for 60 minutes. So whether it's 5 of you or 25 of you willing to give your time to a spokesperson, that is going to be limited to 5 minutes. You can't take time from anyone that is not present, you can't speak more than once, and you can't speak if you've given your time to a representative. Once we've heard from all the property owners, I will invite the applicant to respond in no more than 15 minutes to any new issues raised. I will not allow anyone other than the applicant to speak again. Following the applicant's response, the public hearing will be closed. We will then discuss the items as a planning commission, ask any questions that we feel are appropriate, and proceed to a motion and decision. If you're not speaking or are not in line to speak, you should be seated. Please don't interrupt the speaker or a commissioner who is speaking. It would be inappropriate for anyone to shout from the audience or to applaud from the audience. I see many of you brought signs tonight. Wave them all you want in the air, but please don't applaud from the audience. All of us thank you in advance for being here tonight and for your courtesy in making tonight's meeting a good and fair experience for everyone involved. Now, before I read the 7 items into the record, I want to make a record of my own. Several months ago, I emailed Brad Jerbick, city attorney, to see if I could vote on these items, and I had 2 primary concerns that I asked him about. First, I asked him about my friendship with Billy Baines, CEO for the original developer of Queensridge. I wanted to know if that was a conflict of interest. But because Piccoli no longer has any development interest in Queensridge and therefore is not a party in interest in any land use application, I was advised that is not a conflict. Second, I'm a partner at the law firm of Hutchison and Steffen, and our offices are directly north of Queensridge and Badlands Golf Course. Piccoli is a joint owner of the building where our offices are. However, I personally have no pecuniary interest, or other interest for that matter, that would affect my independence of judgment tonight. Furthermore, any effect this approval or denial of these applications may have on the value of our office or the property on which it sits would be no more or less than for any other business or group in the area. And for those reasons, I've been advised that I have no conflict of interest. For your information, Mr. Jerbick's letter to me dated April 12, 2016 is already part of tonight's record, should you wish to review that. So we are now to the public hearing items, beginning with item 6. This is an abeyance item, MOD 63600. The applicant is 180 Land Co. LLC, and the owner is 70 Acres LLC et al. For possible action on a request for a major modification of the 1990 Piccoli Ranch Master Plan to amend the number of allowable units, to change the land use designation of parcels comprising the current Badlands Golf Course, to provide standards for redevelopment of such parcels, and to reflect the as-built condition of the remaining properties located east of Hualapai Way between Alta Drive and Sahara Avenue in Ward 2. Staff recommends approval. Item 7, GPA 63599. The applicant owner is 180 Land Co. LLC et al. For possible action on a request for a general plan amendment from PROS, Parks, Recreation, Open Space, to DR, Desert Rural Density Residential. and H, high-density residential, at the southwest corner of Alta Drive and Rampart Boulevard in Ward 2. Staff recommends approval. Item 8, ZON 63601, for possible action on a request for a rezoning from RPD 7, residential plan development, 7 units per acre, to RE, residence estates, and R4, high-density residential on 248.79 acres, and from PD, plan development, to R4, high-density residential in Ward 2. Staff recommends approval. Item 9, DIR 63602, for possible action on a request for a development agreement between 180 Land Co., LLC et al. And the City of Las Vegas. Ward 2, staff recommends approval. Item 10, GPA 62387, the applicant owner is 70 Acres LLC. For possible action on a request for a general plan amendment from PROS, Parks, Recreation, Open Space, to H, high-density residential at the southwest corner of Alta Drive and Rampart Boulevard in Ward 2. Staff recommends approval. Item 11, ZON 62392, for possible action on a request for a rezoning from RPD 7, residential plan development, 7 units per acre, to R4, high-density residential in Ward 2. Staff recommends approval. And finally, item 12, SDR 62393, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 720-unit multifamily residential condominium development consisting of 4 four-story buildings in Ward 2. Staff recommends approval. Can we please have staff's report?
Good evening. Mr. Chairman, the proposed development of the approximate 250 acres known as the Badlands Golf Course will consist of 2,400 multifamily units with a potential 200 assisted living units and 75 single-family estate lots. To allow the proposed development, a major modification to the Piccoli Ranch Phase 2 plan has been submitted denoting amended land use designations on the 250.92 acres to reflect multifamily residential on the eastern 67.22 acres and single-family residential on the western 183 acres, 0.71 acres. It should be noted that the proposed major modification specifically relates only to the approximate 250 acres and no longer denotes any as-built conditions or the elimination of any other properties from the plan area as originally requested. The proposed general plan amendment and associated rezoning applications will allow for desert rural density residential general plan designation and residence estate zoning districts on the approximate 183 acres and a high-density residential general plan designation zoning district on the approximate 67 acres in conformance with the proposed major modification. The proposed major modification does not dictate the development and maintenance of the property or provide standards and review criteria for new development. Those functions are under the purview of a related development agreement. A development agreement has been proposed to provide a higher level of detail and thus assurance to the surrounding developments on how and what can be built. The content of the development agreement is in conformance with the requirements of Nevada Revised Statutes 278 and indicates additional development and design controls which increase the sensitivity and compatibility of the new development with the existing adjacent development. The proposed development calls for the placement of density in areas that are sensitive to existing single-family and multifamily development on adjacent parcels. Furthermore, the development as proposed would be consistent with goals, objectives, and policies of the Las Vegas 2020 Master Plan that call for walkable communities, access to transit options, access to recreational opportunities, and dense urban hubs at the intersections of primary roads. As such, staff is in support of the major modification, general plan amendment, rezoning, and proposed development agreement. The applicant has a second set of applications pertaining to the 17.49 acres located at the southwest corner of Alta Drive and Rampart Boulevard. A general plan amendment to a high-density residential land use designation and associated rezoning to high-density residential zoning district have been proposed along with a site development plan review for 720 multifamily development units consisting of 4-story buildings. The proposed multifamily development, if approved, would be located next to an established multifamily condominium development. The project is designed to provide increased density while minimizing impacts to neighboring properties. The building elevations are compatible with the Parisian architectural style employed on the One Queensbridge Place buildings to the west of the site. Furthermore, the buildings will be situated at a lower grade than the surrounding area, thereby preserving the existing views from the adjacent residential areas. Staff finds the proposed development to be compatible with the surrounding development and is in substantial conformance with Title 19, is recommending approval of all applications. Please note the following items have been added to your supplemental information regarding the major modification, GPA, and rezoning. Exhibit 1, labeled the property APNs. The 6/23/16 exhibit should now reflect a 9/26/16 date stamp. This updated exhibit corrects a PDF formatting error in which one of the APNs was blacked out. Exhibit G, which is labeled 2016 major mod to the 1990 amendment, and Exhibit J-1, which is labeled 2016 major mod to the 1990 amendment, repurposed uses. The 6/30/16 exhibit should now reflect the 10/17/16. This update was made to reflect the removal of the 17.8 acre parcel on the Renaissance site as not being part of the major modification request. The addition of the neighborhood meeting information from October 6th and October 7th, 2016 has been added to your supplemental information. The addition of comments from the Clark County School District received October 18th, 2016, and letter dated October 17th, 2016 has been added to your backup. Regarding the director's business for the development agreement, an addendum to the development agreement date stamped of September 22nd, 2016 was added to clarify the location of half-acre lots within Section A of Development 4, the minimum number of trees to be planted within Development Area 4, that no blasting is to occur, clarification is what it means by an access ways, as well as the limitations of a clearing grub option. Also, related to the director's business, the addition of neighborhood meeting information from both the October 6th and 7th, 2016 meetings, as well as the addition of the letter from the Clark County School District received on October 18th. Regarding the general plan amendment, rezoning, and site development review, you've also added the addition of the comments from the Clark County School District, and those are in your backup as well. Staff would also like to note that Exhibit E, currently found in the development agreement, should be eliminated as it was part of an older proposal and is not part of the design guidelines. Please note additional letters of protest and support have been received after the publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I allow the applicant to come up, is there anyone from the school district here tonight, since we just received this letter today, that wishes to speak about the letter?
Good evening, Chairman, Commissioners. Linda Perry, 4190 McLeod Drive, representing the Clark County School
Excuse me,
District.
I didn't hear your name.
Linda Perry. I have to bend down. We did submit the letter. However, I have been requested by the trustees to actually read this letter into the record, if you don't mind, and it would indulge me to do so. It was actually sent to the manager, Betsy Fretwell. So the purpose of this letter is to provide you with the Clark County School District's position on a proposed master plan development located at the existing Badlands Golf Course. Based on information provided by the City of Las Vegas, the proposed Badlands Golf development is a 2,675 single-family and multifamily residential unit development. The site is situated on approximately 250.92 acres of land located at the Badlands Golf Course that is adjacent to One's Queens Ridge Place. There are 4 areas to the development plan that have been submitted to the City of Las Vegas Planning Committee. What we did is we identified each area. Area 1 is 17.49 acres, multifamily residential, 720 dwelling units. The density is 41.2 dwelling units per acre. Area 2, 20.69 acres, multifamily residential, 880 dwelling units, 37.8 dwelling units per acre. Area 3, 29.03 multifamily residential dwelling units. And we included that within the 1,880. Area 4, 183.71 single-family residential, 75 dwelling units on 0.4 acres. So there was a total, obviously, of the 250.92 acres. Areas in 2 and 3 were combined for a total of the 1,880 units. The district has reviewed the information provided by the City of Las Vegas utilizing the district's demographic zoning and GIS department's student yield formula. This analytical tool has been used by the district for decades. The student yield formula predicts that the current approved plan will yield an additional 350 elementary school students. The elementary schools in the surrounding area are already over capacity. For example, John W. Bonner Elementary School is at 160.04% of its programmed capacity and is currently utilizing 17 portable classrooms in order to provide sufficient space for all of the 909 students. The district's position on this proposed development is that if the development as is currently planned, or if modified to allow even more units, this project will result in the district either building a new elementary school or schools, or require hundreds of students to be rezoned to other schools, the closest of which are already overcrowded. Planning for such a large development is a complex, multifaceted task. To that end, the district and master developers have entered into memorandum of agreements to work out mutually agreement solutions that will become part of the development agreement. The MOA process is successfully working at the Tule Springs and Sky Canyon housing projects and presents the most efficient method to conduct and monitor the detailed planning required. In conclusion, the district appreciates and applauds the efforts of the city and has always shown in supporting the best interests of students and families. We hope this proposition meets with your approval, and we stand ready to participate in the process. I just wanted to clarify that we have not actually entered into any sort of MOA agreement with the developers at this time. However, that's what we have done in the past. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, now is the time for the applicant and its team to come to the microphone, state your name and address. And Madam Clerk, if you'll start the 30-minute timer, please. By the way, for those of you who are speaking, there are clocks behind the two monitors you have to pay attention to, and at the conclusion of your time, there will be a continuous beep until you stop. So I will enforce time limitations.
So it's a question of whether the beep bothers us or we stop when we hear the beep. No,
You stop when you hear the continuous beep.
Well, since it's rolling right now, I better get rolling. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. I'm Chris Kempfer here on behalf of the applicant. With me is Stephanie Allen. We also have part of our presentation, although we're not sure if they're going to speak now or as a rebuttal portion, Mr. John Restrepo and Greg Borgell. Similarly, with regard to our project, we have Chris Williams, who is the architect for the 70 and also the architect for the project, after which the 70 has been modeled. He's here, especially if you have any questions for him. First and foremost, we want to thank your staff, not only for its recommendation of approval, but candidly for its thoughtful analysis throughout this whole project, both on the whole and in the individual elements of this project. Tonight, I think it would be only fair to go through the same presentation that we gave to the neighbors during the night of October 6th and the afternoon of October 7th. Developers are sometimes accused of giving information to one group. It's different from information they give to another. So we can resolve that issue by just showing you what we showed the neighbors. So we have some presentation for you. The first is the new vision. We're going to move quickly through here because of the time. As you can see, there's ultra low density meets lifestyle multifamily residential. We have this divided into the preserve and into the 70. So let's start with the preserve, which is the next. The preserve is the most densely landscaped large estate lot community in Las Vegas. Some of the details about the preserve: the total number of estates is 75. The estate size is ½ acres to 5 acres plus. The buildable areas are between 25 and 50% of a given lot, except the ½ acre lots. The building setback is a minimum of 50 feet from existing single-family residences, except for the ½ acres, and the number of trees, as set forth in the development agreement, is 7,500 plus. Currently, there is less than 1,000. Now, I would like to note some things as we go through. It's important to note that with a maximum of 75 homes on all 183 acres, the only ½ acre lots to be built on the entirety of the preserve will be the ½ acre lots in Section A. Equally important to note that the existing homes adjacent to Section A are mostly either quarter-acre lots or are multifamily homes in the Fairway Point development. For what it may be worth, and it means something to me, my home is immediately adjacent to Section A. And I was told by staff very early on in this process that under normal zoning principles, of which I am fully aware, that in the absence of some other plan, such as the one you have in front of you tonight, that with the existing RPD zoning, I could expect around 5 units per acre being developed between my and my neighbors' homes on Fontainebleau and Charleston Boulevard. That is nothing more or less than the transitional zoning that you apply on a regular basis to developments throughout this city. In other words, what do you put between 4 units an acre and a major roadway? You certainly don't go down in density. And the same is true of our friends on Pontchartrain. If you look there, you'll see between them is the multifamily and their quarter-acre lots at 4 units an acre. So what do you put between 4 units an acre and multifamily? Again, you're not going down in density. So the choice for those of us who live in Section A comes down to either 2 units an acre between Fontainebleau and Charleston and 2 units an acre between Pontchartrain and Fairway Point under the plan before you tonight, or potentially 5 units an acre in all of Section A under the city's normal zoning practice. I cannot emphasize enough that with the approval of these applications, the zoning in Section A, as with the rest of the 183 acres in the preserve, permanently changes from what it is now, RPD 7, which could be as much as 7.49 units per acre, to RE, which is only 2 units per acre. So that upon these approvals, 2 units per acre becomes the maximum density that those of us who live in the preserve will ever have to worry about. Personally, that is an easy choice. Along the same line, the development agreement talks about the rest of the development except for Section A being greater than half-acre lots. I said at the neighborhood meetings, I will say here, and the development agreement will reference the fact that every other lot has to be at least 1 acre in size. And most will be developed out with multi-million-dollar custom home lots on 3 and 5 acres and more. Now, with regard to buildable areas, I mentioned something to you. It's important to note, if you have a 5-acre lot or more, there is only 25% of the lot that can be a buildable area. The rest is open space. On a 3-acre lot, it's 33%. So if you have a 3-acre lot, only 1 acre of that can be open space. Can be built, and the rest has to be open space. The only exception is with regard to the half-acre lots in Section A. So that is basically what we have in the preserve. But as we go through, I wanted to show you, and Stephanie can point out, she can show where the buildable lot is. That's the only buildable lot. So everything that you see in that square there, a rectangle, is 5 acres. The only buildable portion is the portion that Stephanie is pointing out. The rest of it is open space. The next slide that we show, this shows the preserve. This is a sample 5-acre preservation estate with the terrain before and after. As you can read there in the bubble, 65% of the current golf course is barren. Then with the preserve, the next one is a conceptual preservation estate layout before and after. You can see what it is now, and you can see what we intend it to become. We also provided the neighbors with a better view showing a 5-acre preservation estate with the buildable area and with the rest of it being the open space. And this is another view from that same rendering, except west. Now, that brings us to the 70. There are 3 areas in the, well, all right, I'll say it's a multifamily residential lifestyle development. That brings us to the 70. The size is at 67.21 acres. The number of units proposed is 2,400. The density is 35.7 units per acre. There will be 2,000 trees in the 70. Outdoor amenities, approximately 4 miles of pedestrian trails and a walking loop. Parks are 2.5 acres of park, and common landscape open space is nearly 15 acres. The next slide shows you the development area details. We have development area 1, the maximum height is 48 feet, the number of units is 720. Development area 2, mid-rise heights, there are 2 mid-rise developments proposed at 150-foot max. The maximum heights of everything else, 4 to 6 stories, is 55 feet to 75 feet. In development area 3, maximum height is 55 feet. There is a no building structure zone, which is 75 feet from the adjacent property line. Now, I'm going to take a breath here because of the importance of this and the sensitivity of development area 3. With regard to the existing homes, we are protecting them far greater than would be protected by the city's standard setback requirements. There is a 75-foot no-build zone. You can't build anything in it, no structures. Then 75 feet from that is a building zone called a transitional zone where there can be no building that is taller than the tallest building adjacent to that property. So in other words, for 150 feet, there will be no building that is taller than your own home. Now, I'm going to take a minute right here and allow Chris Williams, who is the architect who designed the project he's about to show you, and obviously we have to kind of scoot through here.
Sure. Yeah, my name is Chris Williams from MVE and Partners.
Can I ask you to step over the microphone, please? Thank
Out
you.
of Irvine, California, and we are the architects that worked on the Village and the Park in the Spectrum. We work on a bunch of multifamily developments of all different types of densities. About 6 months ago, or about a year ago, our client came out and said that they wanted to see some of our projects because we're very experienced with this type of product. So we took them to several different products around Irvine, and we ended up at the Village in the Park. The Village in the Park is a project that has 4-story architecture. It's all podium architecture. It's 3,000 units on 60 acres, so that's about 50 units per acre. So this is actually a more dense product than what we're proposing in this situation. So on this project, what we really wanted to do is create like a city street where you have shops, where you have cafes, where you have faux architecture, where you have mailbox rooms and stuff like that. So we're actually creating an environment for people to leave their unit and become a part of the community. And when the client came and saw this, they said, we really want to create this in Las Vegas. So what we did was we came out, we took a look at the property, and we said, this is the perfect opportunity to go ahead and create an environment that is like what we have in Irvine, California. So people can come home, they can park their car. You don't see the cars because they're going to either be in structured parking or they're going to be in subterranean parking. And then they stay. They are able to walk through the community. They're going to be able to go down to the Tivoli, go have dinner. They can go to the cafe within the community. And also, they can go to the park and experience some of the open space. And beyond that, there's going to be additional amenities where there's going to be recreation areas spread throughout the entire community. There's going to be exercise rooms. There's going to be club rooms. There's going to be many different opportunities for people to just stay in the community, not have to climb into their car and leave. So this is what we wanted to do here. And what was nice is that the client came out, they saw this, and they said, we love this. This is a huge success in Irvine, California, but we want to take this to even another level. And the client, seeing what they've done so far here in Las Vegas, beautiful architecture, a lot of detail. So I can see how they can take this and even improve it more. So we have been working with the client for about the last year, year and a half, and creating this community, creating a framework that's similar to what we have for the Village in the Park in the Irvine Spectrum.
All right, the next sheet, I think, is the revision sheet, and this is very important. All of this is very important. In fact, one thing I forgot to mention, with regard to development areas 2 and 3, and this is critically important, not just for this commission, but everybody in the audience. With development areas 2 and 3, there will be a separate public hearing design review for all development in both Area 2 and Area 3. So that means that this commission and the neighbors will have numerous additional chances to review and comment upon important issues like vehicular and pedestrian traffic, access, including expansion of Clubhouse Drive, building placement, lines of sight, and landscape buffers, just to name a few. Now, these revisions that I'm about to go over, these are revisions that we made as a result of our meeting with the neighbors, and we had numerous meetings, a total of around 47 different meetings on this project, and our discussions with staff who insisted that some of these changes be made so as to make what we all viewed as a better project. As you can see, it was previously 3,020 units. Maybe, Stephanie, you can point out to each one. Revised to 2,400. Number of units for assisted living went from 250 to 200. Number of lots in the preserve went from 60 to 75. The minimum lot size in the preserve is 1 acre, except for the half acres in Section A that I described. The number of towers went from 3 to 2. The height of those towers went from 250 feet to 150 feet. We did not previously comply with the residential adjacency standard, and for those in the audience who don't know what that is, the city has a code requirement that if you're going to build next to an existing building, you have to be a certain distance away. We did not meet those. After staff's review and comments, we now meet all of the residential adjacency standards. That is one of the reasons why one of the towers was removed, and we went from 3 to 2. The commercial, it's ancillary commercial, as Chris described, Mr. Williams, went from 5,000 to 7,500 square feet. The multiple building areas went from 5 acres or more to 4 acres and more. The no building structure zone, there was none previously. Now there is 75 feet in which no buildings can be built. The transition zone, there was none before. Now there's a 75-foot transition zone over which, in which no buildings higher than existing residents can be built. The drainage infrastructure was only going to be box culverts. Now there's a potential for box culverts, open channel, or both. And this drainage infrastructure had to be put in at the 1,896th unit, and now it has to be put in at the 1,700th unit. Now, question and answer. We're going to go briefly through some questions and answers. These are questions that have been asked of us not just once, but on numerous occasions. So what we did at the neighborhood meetings, we put these questions down, and then we answered them. So the first question we have is the golf course zone for residential development, and can homes be built on it? Now, well, they are more than qualified, and you know that, to speak for themselves, and I'm confident they will have asked. From the very beginning of this project, and despite what might have been offered by others during our HOA meetings, it has never been the position of your planning staff or the city attorney's office that the property can be forced to be kept as a golf course, or that the golf course property cannot be developed with residential development of some kind. The city planning and city attorney's office has always maintained both of those to be true. So yes, the golf course property is zoned for residential development, and homes can be built upon it. Now, I want to be clear, that does not mean that with the RPD 7, the applicant is entitled to 7.49 units per acre on the entirety of the 183 acres. I have never even suggested that. But some development comparable and compatible in quality, density, and lot size to what is there now is certainly to be allowed, essentially as a matter of right, because if you have the right to develop it, you have the right to develop it compatibly with what is there now. And with approximately 290 homes abutting the 183 acres, that's right now, 290 homes, it cannot be fairly argued that just 75 large luxury estate lots on that same 183 acres is anything but comparable and compatible. Now, the next question. Are the applications complete? Yes, they are completed. Did city staff recommend approval of all applications? As you heard, yes. What happens if the applications are not approved by city council? We've had that asked of us numerous times. The answer is the existing zoning for city single-family residential remains in place, and appropriate applications in accordance with the existing entitlements will be filed. Now, I'm always fearful of venturing into this area of what if, for fear that what I say may be viewed as some kind of threat. Nothing could be further from the truth. But the question has been asked of us on so many occasions, and everyone is entitled to a truthful answer. Sometimes the truth might seem threatening, but it is still the truth. As the city has noted time and time again, the applicant is entitled to build on his property, and should these applications not be approved, the applicant will be asking for the same residential density and comparable lot sizes that exist there now. So speaking selfishly, that means behind me and my neighbors in Section A, there would be 4 or 5 homes for each acre, where 2 homes per acre are being proposed in the plan before you tonight. So in all honesty, the alternative to the plan before you tonight must be a plan that provides for comparable and compatible lot sizes and densities throughout the entire 250 acres. So on the 70, that means next to the RPD 10, Tudor and Fort Fairway Point, we will ask for RPD 10 to match their existing zonings. And next to the 24 units per acre in the towers, we will ask for 24 units per acre to match their existing densities. And all of these proposed developments will meet all of the city's residential adjacent standards and the city setback requirements, which are standards and requirements that are far less than what is proposed under the plan tonight. As for the preserve, if you live on a quarter-acre lot, and there are some, not just where I live, but up on the north end, all of those quarter-acre lots, you should anticipate a plan that shows a quarter-acre lot next to you. If you live on a third of an acre lot, you can anticipate a third of an acre lot next to you. If you live on a half-acre lot, you can anticipate a half-acre lot. And if you have an acre or more, you can anticipate and maybe be blessed by the fact that next to you is an acre or more. In fairness to the neighbors, we would never propose something less in terms of lot size than the lot that exists there now. That is the intent, purpose, and goal of comparable and compatible zoning. That is what will be proposed should the applications be denied. Now, we have a map. It's not entirely accurate, but this shows essentially comparable densities. Now, there is nobody who lives there who's going to argue that that is better for our community than what is being proposed now. And yet all of those aren't even RPD 10s. These are drawn out at RPD 7s. And it's compatible densities up here and RPD 7s around in the 70. So the bottom line is that's not what we need or want, and yet that's comparable and compatible density. Let's go on with some of the questions. Is a traffic study required as part of this process? Yes, it is. Has a traffic study been submitted? Yes. Has a traffic study been reviewed and approved by the city traffic engineers? Yes. Has a city required traffic mitigation measures? Yes, they have, and Mr. Borgell is prepared to address those either during our presentation if we have time or in rebuttal. Will the applicant meet those mitigation measures? The answer is yes. Now, access. This is a very important issue. Will you be accessing the project through existing Queensridge gates and roadways? No. Now, I want to expound on this a little bit. Residential traffic will access their homes through Wallapai, Alta, and Rampart. The exact locations of access for development areas 2 and 3 will be determined as part of the site development review application to be filed and which will be heard as a separate public hearing. I'm going to emphasize this again, and I know I don't have to put up the map, please, showing yeah, right there. Development areas 2 and 3 cannot be developed under the plan that we have before you tonight, under the development agreement that we have, unless there is a separate, until there is a separate public hearing, a site development review. So issues such as access, as I said, building placement, lines of sight, all of those things can be addressed again as part of the public hearing process. So I wanted to emphasize that because that's always an important consideration. And access, again, by the way, one more time, sorry. Between the 183 and the 70 is going to be a wall. It's going to be a decorative wall. And on the preserve side, there will be a berm with substantial trees planted and other landscaping on that berm. The only way to access the 183 from the 70 are going to be through security gates, where you enter one gate and then you have to go through another. These are not arms that go up and down. These are first-class security gates. Next question and answer. Is a drainage study required as part of this process? Yes. Has a drainage study been submitted? Yes. Are drainage mitigation improvements required? Yes. Will the applicant meet those required drainage mitigation improvements? Yes. The studies will be reviewed and approved by the appropriate authorities, and no building permit will be issued prior to approval. I'm going to say that again. No building permit will be issued prior to approval of the drainage studies by all appropriate authorities. Does the city believe that the mitigation improvements will address all drainage concerns? Yes, we have been told that. All right, when do you anticipate the start of construction? Approximately 12 to 18 months after final approval of the applications. Now, the question was asked, where do we intend to start with regard to construction of the 70? The answer is Development Area 1. Except for required grading, all future development in areas 2 and 3 will be subject to the approval of the site development review, with start and finish dates being market-driven. Development of the preserve will begin simply where the market demand is shown to exist. Expanding on, well, next one, let's go. Will construction occur 24 hours a day? No, and construction hours will be subject to city code. The city code allows construction only from 7 a.m. until 6 p.m., although the staff may approve additional hours on a limited basis to accommodate exceptional circumstances, such as a concrete pour that has to be continual. The staff grants these routinely where the request is fair and right. And so that actually is what we anticipate. There may be some times where you'd have to continue to pour beyond those hours. Next, will construction vehicles, trucks, and equipment enter through Queens Ridge North and South gates? No. As with residential traffic, the construction traffic will enter from Wallapai, Alta, and Rampart. There will be no construction traffic entering or exiting from the existing Queens Ridge North or South gates. Now, one question that's not on here, but I want to address it quickly. We have a 30-year development agreement. You're going to have somebody come up and say, wow, how can you have a development agreement that lasts 30 years? Well, at first blush, that does seem extensive. However, it must be remembered that the preserve is not proposed as a tract development where you come in and you build 20, 30, or 40 homes at one time. These homes are custom lots, and we anticipate multi-million-dollar homes being built on those lots. And it will take time for all of those 75 custom lots to be developed. I'd like to compare the existing Queens Ridge. It started construction in 1998. 19 years later, there are still 7 lots that haven't been built out, and there are 2 lots that are just now being finished up and aren't going to be done until next year. This is what we anticipate here, that throughout there will be that process. That's just what happens in communities that are growing and where it's attractive and people want to build. Now, are large amounts of fill, dirt going to be delivered or removed from the site? No. Our engineers anticipate that the site will be balanced. Will there be any blasting? No. Do you have design guidelines and development standards? Yes. Will there be CC&Rs further defining the design guidelines? Yes. And all of those design standards will meet or exceed Queens Ridge custom lot design guidelines. Will meet or exceed those. Will there be additional public hearings? Yes, per the development agreement, development areas 2 and 3 will be required to go through the city's design review process, formerly referred to an SDR. Now, there is something that we need to get into, and that's the site development review with regard to the 720. Stephanie, you're right there. Maybe you could just kind of take over and just show them some of these.
Sure. These are the last, again, Stephanie Allen, 1980 Festival Plaza. These are the last couple applications on your agenda, and they relate only to Development Area 1, which is the area in green. What we have proposed here is a multifamily wrap product, is what it's called. The parking structures are located within the development with the homes surrounded it, so you don't see parking or seas of parking. It's wrapped by the building. The maximum height is 48 feet, so it'll be below or near what the podium height of One Queensridge Place is, so it won't impact any of the views looking towards the Strip. Access will be on Rampart Boulevard. We have a proposed 720 units for this project. And again, same architects will be involved, MVE partners from Irvine. This is generally the site plan. There's 4 buildings, building 1, 2, 3, and 4, with lots of amenities, lots of landscaping, walkability throughout, parks within, trails within, so that they can access the commercial across the street. This is elevation that shows you the French Art Nouveau style that's proposed and that's part of the application. The architectural style will complement the area, look nice with Tivoli across the street, and be a good addition to this busy commercial corner and added, with lots of added amenities for residents in the area. So with that said, I'm happy to answer any questions you have on this, and I'll turn it back over to Chris.
Well, since we're about to be buzzed in 39 seconds, Greg Borgell, I have Greg Borgell and John Restrepo, but those are issues that can fairly be handled in that 15 minutes of rebuttal, because there will be issues on traffic that Mr. Borgell or drainage, and Mr. Borgell will be able to address, and Mr. Restrepo has some information that's of value with regard to benefits tax-wise and to the school district. And I do want to say that perhaps we should say now, with regard to the school district, we saw this letter today for the first time. We have no problem talking to the school district about entering into a MOA as part of our development agreement. Thank you.
We also just have a few clarifying points that I'll put on for rebuttal at the end.
Thank you. Okay, with the applicant having concluded their 30-minute block of time, now is the equal time to be given to those speaking in opposition. These will be those professionals, representatives, and spokespersons. I'll ask Madam Clerk to begin the 30-minute timer when I ask the first person to come up who is to speak on behalf of the opposition.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the Commission. Todd Bice of Pisanelli Bice, 400 South 4th Street. Let me address a couple of quick points that Mr. Kempfer raised. I would start off by making, I think, the fair observation that when someone spends a good portion of their time, limited time, telling you that they're not making threats, that it's pretty obvious that they're making threats. And so let me address, Mr. Kempfer did a very good job, I think, of trying to sell his clients as somehow being reasonable and accommodating, and that they have worked closely with the neighborhood. And I would submit that that is a very nice sales job, but of course it doesn't really reflect reality here. This process has been one of extraordinary obstacles and shenanigans, I would submit, by this developer. This project there have been 6 or 7 abeyances of this project, and the staff has not required this applicant to make any showing to obtain those abeyances. In fact, the staff has shown up at some of the city meetings with the neighborhood and has acted as essentially the developer's agent, and in fact has arranged those meetings. The staff has disregarded its requirements about the mapping for this project, and in fact, your own precedents from the city, and in fact, former city staff officials have conceded to us and will swear under oath that all prior precedents have been disregarded in favor of this applicant without any explanation. There were attempts, secret attempts, which have been uncovered to amend the city's plans to eliminate the density requirement, with the staff representing that it was a staff idea, when in fact it was a secret request by this developer and concealed that it was a request by this developer. Public participation in this with the homeowners has been a sham. I want to submit to you, I know it has been sent to your planning director, so this is a letter from Jack Binion. We all know Mr. Binion and know Mr. Binion well. There's plenty of copies for all of you, where he outlines the meeting that he had with the developer very recently and with Mr. Kemper about obtaining answers to his questions and for the neighborhood. He was assured that he was going to get them. In fact, here's the email from Mr. Kemper in response confirming how reasonable Mr. Binion's request for information was and how they would be getting answers very, very shortly to all of his questions. I can tell you Mr. Binion can't be here, unfortunately, because he is out, but Mr. Binion got no such response, despite all of the representations that have been made, and that is what has been going on with respect to this developer. Let me just address, because of our restricted time, let me just address a couple of quick points. They're talking to you about traffic and telling you, well, you should just approve, there'll be time later on for design reviews and things like that, and all of what they just showed you showed them having access points to this facility that they do not have as a matter of law. Yet they were allowed, unlike any other developer, they were allowed to submit a proposal to you for approval, making representations on points of access for traffic that they simply do not have. They have been told that they do not have them by the property owners involved. Finally, let me just address this compatibility argument, because I would submit that anyone who looks at it knows that it is not a serious proposal in terms of compatibility. This developer has tried what several have tried to do, and that is negotiate their way through the process by making outrageous requests and then acting like they're being reasonable because they've reduced them back a little bit. There's nothing compatible about what he is proposing for this neighborhood. In fact, these are multi-million dollar homes that were built in this area, and this developer, the prior developer, obtained waivers based upon all of the open space that they are now seeking to eliminate. Others will address this alleged legal entitlement to develop this land, which does not exist. And in fact, it is precluded by state law. But what has happened here is very simple. You have a land speculator who saw an opportunity because of the decline in the golf course community, buy the property for the sole purpose of land speculation. And now he has asked you to allow him to disrupt this long closed out project and development, a very nice development in this community, so that he can engage in land speculation. And that is all that this is about and nothing more. I'm going to turn the rest of it over due to the time restraints to my other colleagues who will address some of the particular legal impediments to what this developer is trying to sell. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Chairman George Garcia, 1055 Whitney Ranch Drive, 210. Let me go ahead and read my comments. The Piccoli Ranch Master Plan and Phase 2 rezoning comprise a lawful, approved, and completed master plan community and plan unit development. It is consistent with state and city rules and requirements. All subsequent changes since 1990's approval that entitled the master plan and PUD have been done in deference to the plan and consistent with city codes and policies and procedures. The proposed changes fly in the face of what the statutes, city code, and good city planning would dictate both in substance and procedure. The very people who should be protected are being improperly abandoned and ignored as to their quality of life, property values. Residents and property owners in Queen Ridge or anywhere in the city should be able to reasonably rely on the enhanced value and protections of a master planned community in the city of Las Vegas. Now homeowners in a planned community will have reason to fear what protections they have and who will stand up for them. What is being done here undermines and opens the doors to other abuses of the process and basis for entitlements. It also induces every developer to seek out a golf course communities that can similarly be changed. In other words, potential golf course gold rush. The pending applications, in my opinion, are fundamentally deficient and defective. The applications are wrong and incorrect. The access, as Mr. Bice pointed out, just being one reason. The process is flawed and the rationale is completely in error. No real correlation exists with the spectrum at Irvine. No basis or need for redevelopment is in evidence. The proposals do not rely or build on the city goals. This general plan does not call for additional density here. Open space is dramatically removed from the existing residents' enjoyment, while new demand is being added, and fractured parcels of trees are no substitute. The proposed single-family large lots remove and break up the existing open space and amenity area, effectively eviscerating the Pecoli plan's open space. Adding trees to the single-family lots of the project is not an equivalent to the existing open space. Currently, no residential units are allowed in the golf course under the existing PUD. Pecoli Ranch never were not allowed today. It was set aside. So the proposed single-family does not, as quoted, severely limit development. Instead, those new units disrupt and ravage the golf course open space drainage area and are effectively eliminating it and the natural resources it protects. The drainage study is not completed, and drainage improvements are not specified, and no infrastructure phasing, timing, or financing is spelled out. The traffic study has been adjusted to the development, not the development adjusting to the realities of the right-of-ways, traffic, facilities, and furthermore, it is not explicit on implementation, cost, responsibilities, and timing. Given what has been seen at Desert Rose, another golf course in its 100-year floodplain, putting development ahead of people and property, this is shocking. Technical measures of capacity for sewer, water, and traffic do not fully address how the residents and commuters will actually experience the reality of these measures. As every planner and public official knows, quality of life is how it is perceived by the residents and reflected and defines its desirability as a place to live and call home. The statement, densities decrease as development approaches the single family, is to say that an applicant proposed an absurdly dense project to make the remainder seemingly compatible, or kind of like ultra-low density meets a luxury lifestyle. A high-rise which justifies mid-rise and so on, in this case, a range from 41 to 0.41 dwelling units per acre. 97% of the units are high density. This turns compatibility, which is a fundamental planning precept, into a sham. As seen in the staff report, we have proposed densities of 41, 38, and 0.41 with an average of 10.7. The 38 points to 41 density range is more than 150% above Queens Ridge Tower density and 400% greater than Tudor's density. Lastly, the average of 10.7 is more than 200% above the existing plans, approved densities, and more importantly, 300% above the average density of what is built. The tourist commercial embedded in the 1990 Pecoli plan allows no residential units. The multifamily that is being allowed, that was allowed, only allows densities of 24 units per acre, which is where the Towers is at, as a measure of compatibility, not 48 or 45 or 30 or 30 or any number anywhere close. 24 was what's compatible. The golf course, of course, has no densities, as the master developer used it elsewhere. There is no entitlement for residential. Open space is what was permitted and allowed. The land use designations of H and DR are not found anywhere in the 1990 plan or subsequent amendments, and therefore inherently inconsistent and incompatible with both the approved and completed Pecoli Ranch Phase 2 master plan and the city's public recreational open space designation. In the end, merely changing the colors and names on the city's land use plan that's being proposed is not in conformance, nor does it create any assurance to the city residents or future residents that they can reasonably rely on a completed master plan's community's planning, zoning, mapping representations, whether by the city or the master developer. In all of the development history, let alone the protection of its open space, amenity, and scenic natural conservation areas. The proposed zoning districts are inimical to the approved existing city master plan and zoning for the open space, as well as the approved Pecoli Ranch Phase 2 master plan, communities, plans, and zoning, to say nothing that they are disruptive and inimical to the quality of life, tranquility, enjoyment of scenic open space, property values, and reasonable investment-backed expectation when buying homes and land based on representations of the city and the developer. The development agreement restrictions cannot and do not mitigate or restore the damage being done with the applications that are being proposed. In closing, the public health, safety, and welfare is not being provided for either at the neighborhood or city level under the proposed developments. And if I could, Mr. Chairman, just briefly, to give you an idea of that open space, let me show you, we can go to the overhead very quickly, to show you, here's the existing, a photo from the existing Fairmont Point area. As you see it today, from that residence view, just to give you an example how this project basically totally destroys open space, that's the end result. This building represents what is being proposed, even with that 75-foot transition, no build area. This is what they'll be looking at, as opposed to what you see here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman Moody, members of the Planning Commission, good evening. My name is Shauna Hughes. I appear before you tonight on behalf of my client, the Queensridge HOA.
I need your address, please.
I'm very close to this, 410 South Rampart.
Thank you.
Suite 420. Thank you. My remarks will focus entirely on the 250 development agreement, which is one of the items before you tonight for your consideration. By way of background, I was the Henderson City Attorney for 25 years. During my tenure, I negotiated development agreements for all of Henderson's master plan communities, such as Lake Las Vegas, Seven Hills, McDonald Ranch, Inspirada, and all of Anthem, which I actually had the pleasure of negotiating with Mr. Pankratz behind me. Development agreements are actually contracts between the developer and the city. They are important to the developer because major development obligations and entitlements are locked in as of the date the agreement is approved. They are important to the city because in exchange for locking in developer obligations and entitlements, the city typically negotiates provisions that go beyond standard conditions of approval in a zoning context. This allows the city to contractually obtain items above and beyond standard conditions. And of course, the city has enforcement rights in the event the developer fails to meet their contractual obligations. Development agreements are very difficult to change by statute, thereby making them valuable to the developer, the city, and especially the residents impacted by the development itself. At the very first Queensridge homeowner meeting I attended as legal counsel, I was asked, if the homeowner and the developer ever reach agreement on any aspect of the proposed development, how can we be assured that it would be enforced? My answer, through the development agreement. When asked, how can the City of Las Vegas enforce development obligations imposed on the developer, my answer was, once again, the development agreement. When I provided that legal opinion, it quite frankly never occurred to me that the finally negotiated agreement would be so completely inadequate. I realize that each jurisdiction does things slightly different, so when I first reviewed the 250 DA, I also reviewed 3 other City of Las Vegas approved development agreements for Cliffs Edge, Summerlin West, and Sky Canyon. Sky Canyon is the most recently approved agreement, so I created a side-by-side comparison of the 250 agreement and the Sky Canyon agreement, which I brought copies of for the record and for the commissioner if they would like to have them.
Yes, please.
Thank you. I just pulled out some major comparisons to make the point, which I think will become evident shortly. In the 250 agreement, a specific finding that NRS 278A does not apply to this project and is not subject to its provisions. There is no similar language in any of the other development agreements. The 250 agreement provides for development, quote, as the market demands at the sole discretion of the developer, end quote. In the Sky Canyon agreement, there is no similar language. In fact, a phasing plan is required, and a deviation from that phasing plan requires City of Las Vegas approval. In the 250 agreement, permitted land uses are listed in the design guidelines, and then there's language that says, plus any other permissible use in your development code. Whereas in Sky Canyon, the permitted land uses are set forth in the design guidelines only. Architectural design guidelines are an exhibit to the Sky Canyon development agreement, and any deviation from them requires a further public process. In the 250 development agreement, for the rough grading, there are no size or location minimums by development area, whereas in Sky Canyon, a plan is required for each 200 acres, and that plan is required to identify existing and future elevations and be presented to the city at a drawing scale not to exceed 100 feet per inch. In Sky Canyon, the Director of Planning is also required to review the plan for aesthetic purposes. There is no similar requirement in the 250 agreement. In the 250 agreement, grub and clear permits are allowed prior to the Director of Public Works approval of the traffic study. In Sky Canyon, no permits are permitted prior to approval. Also in Sky Canyon, a completion bond of $1 million is required for site grading per 200 acres. There is no bond mentioned in the 250 agreement, no completion bond. In Sky Canyon, there are detailed landscaping plans included as a part of the agreement. In the 250 agreement, the developer verbally, as tonight, agrees to landscape in excess of city code requirements, which I think all of us standing here understand are intended to be minimum standards. but he does not submit an exhibit outlining landscaping materials, plant palettes, or any landscape detail elements whatsoever. The developer has only submitted a rendering of a landscaping which is not included as a binding representation of the actual landscaping to be provided under the development agreement. On the 250 agreement, mass grading can begin immediately on any and all non-Clomar areas. It also allows importation of fill, rock, crushing at 500 feet from existing homes, and stockpiling of building materials with no aesthetic review. Sky Canyon requires identification of location and height of stockpiles for aesthetic review. In the 250, site development review is not required at all on any of development 4 areas for the 75 sites or on the 2 mid-rise towers for height. In 250, the design guidelines do not contain architectural styles, color palettes, detail elements, building materials, or any information about landscaping materials, plant palettes, or detail, whereas in Sky Canyon, the design guidelines contain architectural styles, color palettes, detail elements, building materials, information about the landscaping materials, plant palettes, and further detail about size. If those are changed in Sky Canyon, the city must review them beforehand. There is no such requirement in 250. Also in the 250, maintenance requirements can be materially amended without the written consent of the city. That cannot happen in Sky Canyon. Maintenance requirements cannot be amended without city consent. A default period for 250 is 90 days, whereas it's 30 in Sky Canyon, and that's typical across the remainder of your development agreements. The duration for 250 is 30 years. Sky Canyon, an obviously much larger project, is 20 years. As you can see from this short summary, there are material differences in what is allowed and what is not required in the 250 agreement. In addition, there are provisions in the 250 agreement that are quite odd. For example, Clubhouse Drive extension is not required to be completed before the 1500th building permit is issued. The traffic signal at Rampart at Development Area 1 entrance is not required to be completed until after every one of the 720 units is able to be occupied. The open space 2.5 acres is not required to be completed until issuance of the 1500th building permit. The drainage infrastructure required in Development Area 4 is not required to be completed until the 1700th building permit is issued. Nor does the developer have to pay toward the cost of the second right turn lane on Rampart northbound before issuance of the 1700th building permit. If I wasn't so confident that you wouldn't allow it, I would say this is a setup for a bait and switch situation. The developer has stated in the design guidelines, which you saw tonight, that the park and the village at Spectrum in Irvine, California is the model for the multifamily portion of this project. Renderings and elevations of those projects are shown at every meeting, including tonight's. You don't know what the multifamily will be. Condos with corresponding condo standards or apartments. Underground parking has been promised, but it is nowhere contained in these enforcing documents. Not one single word in the development agreement binds them to building anything like those projects that they showed you tonight. Not one word. The Queensridge HOA asked that the developer be required to build on the 75 lots in consideration of the existing design and architectural standards adhered to by existing homes which have already been built. This document and the thickness of this document represents the Queensridge custom lot design guidelines. The HOA said, if you're going to build custom homes next to our expensive custom homes that adhere to these extensive and detailed design guidelines, would you do the same? Evidently, the developer replied that his will be better. However, that obviously is a very subjective opinion. He has not shown them to anybody, not the neighbors, not the HOA board, or apparently not the city of Las Vegas. And they are nowhere contained in this development agreement. He is not even being required to match by design standards the existing custom homes that are already built and occupied. As you sit here tonight to judge these applications, you do not and cannot know what will be built other than by reference to a number of housing units, period. The City of Las Vegas has not required the developer to be bound by a single one of the promises that he has made to this pre-existing master plan. Frankly, I am dismayed by the inadequacies in this development agreement and urge you to recommend denial. Thank you.
Thank you. You have seven and a half minutes
Chairman, Michael
left.
Buckley, 300 South 4th Street. I'm here tonight on behalf of Frank and Jillian Fertitta Family Trust, which owns a property immediately to the west of the multifamily development. I first want to just mention, I wanted to talk about NRS 278A, but also the development agreement. And I think it's important to remember that the development agreement is a contract, and once it's entered into, the property is entitled. Therefore, any additional demands on the infrastructure or the surrounding areas will be a burden on the taxpayers and not a burden on the developer. A couple of things that I want to talk about. One is 278A and also the concept of planned development. The notion that the applicant has a right to build 7.49 units per acre is false, as I will demonstrate. As we all know, zoning must follow the general plan. The fact that the property is zoned RPD 7 does not change the underlying plan. Unless the owner has been issued building permits, development of the property must follow the general plan. So the key question is, what is the plan? The property is zoned RPD 7, not R7. The PD indicates that the property is a planned development. Under the Development Code, the purpose of this designation is to provide flexibility with an emphasis on enhanced residential amenities, including efficient utilization of open space. It is the PD aspect of this property that is most important, not the number 7. The number 7 was critical in the city's initial approval of this part of McCauley Ranch, permitting the density to be spread throughout different parts of the project. One may not come along later and take that density and apply it independently to different parts of the project. It is critical to point out also, of course, has been made that similar zoning exists throughout the city. Therefore, what the Commission does tonight will set a precedent in every planned unit development in the city. One of the confusing things here is the term plan. The plan has a different meaning in NRS 278A. Under PUD law, the plan is not only creates rights in the residents, but also limits the city's ability to change that plan. What is the PUD plan? The plan consists of all provisions for the development of a PUD, including the plat and all covenants relating to use. Upon recording, the plan is binding on the developer and the city and protects the residents. The prime objective of the PUD is to permit flexibility. The purpose of the recording was explained by the Supreme Court in the Glenbrook homeowners case. A developer can maintain flexibility until it receives final approval for and records provisions of the plan. At that point, the features of a PUD enforceable under 278A are established. In this regard, I show on the screen, do you have that? The part of the recorded parent final map of Peccoli Ranch. I've highlighted two fundamental provisions of what is, by definition, the PUD plan for Peccoli Ranch. The Badlands Golf Course, which is on the final map, designated as the Badlands Golf Course, and the drainage easement, which is designated in orange. So while the applicant has a letter from the city planning office, I present you the recorded final map of Peccoli Ranch with drainage easements and golf space, open space and golf course, showing that development is not permitted in where it's proposed tonight. The existence of the plan under 278A runs in favor of the residents. It also permits the homeowners to enforce the plan. The 278A limits what the city can do to change the plan. The city has to make findings that the modification is consistent with the efficient development of the entire planned development. That is all of Queensridge. The modification also, the city must find, does not grant a private benefit to any person. Assuming the city makes the necessary findings, which it must, to change the PUD plan, the fact that the city can modify the PUD plan does not affect the right of the residents independently to enforce that plan. These are two separate statutory rights. One last point, the Glenwood case makes clear that a PUD exists if the development fits the statutory definition, not whether the city has defined it as a PUD. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Please hold your applause. They still had 2 minutes and
And I'm
20
going to use that
seconds
if I
left.
can. And I also have, and you can show by hand, another 5 minutes because
Yeah.
I got 5 people.
No, this is the 30 minutes that
Okay,
I've
then I'll wait.
enforced on both sides.
wait.
We can do that.
Denise, do you have 2 minutes or you got to go home?
Okay. So I can't have anyone
We'll waive the
speak.
2 minutes. We'll just go on with our,
Okay, very good. So the 30-minute block for the opposition has concluded. Is that what you're telling me?
yes.
Will you
Yes,
play-
Mr.
Did you state your name and address already?
Yeah. For the record, Frank Schreck. I live at 9824 Winter Palace Drive in Queens Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Schreck.
We have the overhead. I can't see anything.
So so are you speaking on behalf of an HOA now?
I'm speaking on behalf of myself as a homeowner and a bunch of like-minded residents.
Okay, so Mr. Schreck, before we get to you, I want to see if there are any representatives of homeowners associations that have not been given a chance to speak.
Okay,
And then I will get into the homeowners, and you can be first up.
sure, thanks.
Thank you.
Chairperson Rudy, we have...
I need you to come to the microphone, please.
Center. We actually have 4 board members here. May they come up?
Will you first state your name and address?
Okay. Elaine Winger-Reisner, 9811 Orient Express Court, and I'm the president of the HOA board at Queens Ridge.
Okay, so do all 4 wish to speak under the 5 minutes that I'm giving for the HOA?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I thought that 5 minutes was for me.
It
So
can-
it's 5 minutes, and then would they speak as residents?
They would.
Okay, that's fine.
So you're welcome to 5 minutes, and we'll
So-
set that timer.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Please note that those opposed to this development are not a select few. After compiling the results of 2 community-wide surveys, 80% of survey respondents are opposed to the proposed development. This certainly represents more than a select few, and because of this, the board unanimously decided to adopt a resolution recognizing the voice of the majority of the community. And I have tonight, for the record, this resolution.
Thank you. We'll receive that into the record.
Okay, thank you. I stand before you for a 3rd time, and I ask, how did we get to this point? As I am sure you have all heard, that we were told by our City Council Representative Bob Beers that this was a done deal. The developer and his team have behaved in like fashion. But I thought that there was a procedure in place to process development plans. City planners review development plans, making sure certain criteria are met, such as the requirement that the proposed development be harmonious and compatible within the already established community or neighborhood. Phase 1 of the 70 is 41 apartments per acre, whereas the Queens Ridge Towers are approximately 20 per acre luxury condos. So that's 41 per acre versus 20 apartments versus luxury condos. How is that harmonious and compatible? I ask not only how, but why was this plan recommended by the City Planning Department? Furthermore, this proposed development has been on your agenda several times, only to be postponed so our community could have the needed time to review the proposal and also allow the developer the opportunity to gather community input before submitting finalized plans. In fact, I thought this was the Planning Commissioner's instructions to the developer and his team on July the 12th. A 90-day extension was approved, and yet no meetings were held until the 6th and 7th of October. And those meetings were actually facilitated by the city with no opportunity for community input, only a time for questions. I feel the developer has made a mockery of this whole process. Tonight, you will hear from many Queensridge residents, and I respectfully ask that you hear the majority's voices and deny the developer's applications. And if I'm able, I would like to ask now that everyone in this room that is in agreement stand up.
Let the record show that at least 3/4 of the people that have stood at your request. Thank you.
And in closing, before you vote tonight, please press pause and consider how you would feel if your community was presented with such an ill-conceived, ill-defined, evolving project with so many remaining unknowns. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Now, are there any other HOA representatives other than the one that has just been, that we've heard from? Seeing none, we do have one. Come forward. You're with a different HOA? Oh, if you're with the same HOA, then we'll hear 2 minutes from you at the appropriate time. Since I invited Mr. Schreck to be the first up, and Mr. Schreck, do I understand that you're going to take 5 minutes because you're speaking on behalf of numerous homeowners?
Yes, I have 5 up there.
Can I see by raise of hands how many?
I got my 5.
Raise your hands.
No, it's
One.
over here. They're over here.
Well, I see 2 over here,
Okay.
too. Okay, I see 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Okay. So am I to understand by that those of you who raised your hands do not want to speak tonight and take your 2 minutes, that you're allocating your time so that Mr. Schreck can take 5 minutes? Okay, very good. Yeah, I would just ask, I'm not going to kind of isolate everybody, but if you are raising your hand tonight so that someone can speak on your behalf, I would just ask your cooperation in not coming forward so that we can preserve that time. Mr. Schreck, 5 minutes is yours.
Fine, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, for the record, Frank Schreck, 9824 Winter Palace Drive. Could you do the overhead or whatever you do there? This is,
Can you just rotate that?
Like this?
There you go. Thank you.
I wasn't going to take 5 minutes. I was going to do my 2 until after I heard Mr. Kempfer. First of all, this is the new vision which he produced. It's not new vision. It should be entitled The New Hoax. There is very little, if anything, in the document you received and was presented to you that will either be built or is required to be built under the development agreement. I bought a house in Queensridge approximately 2.5 years ago because I believe Queensridge was one of the most beautiful master plan communities in Clark County. I lived in 3 other master plan communities prior to that. It's offensive to me and all Queensridge residents that have somebody say that they need to repurpose this beautiful community by creating high-density apartments. It also says to revitalize. The announcement of this project and the closing of the golf course has depreciated the Queensridge community in excess of $100 million, and that's before continued decreased values related to uncertainty of what will be constructed and when it'll be constructed within our community. Is that anybody's definition of revitalization? The new vision shows pictures of up to 1 to 5 acres in the preserve. What the developer really plans is chopping up the golf course into as many 1/4 and 1/3 acres as he can get. And what's the evidence of that? 5 weeks ago, we were told by Councilman Beers and then by the city attorney on several different occasions that the applications before you were going to be withdrawn, and they would be replaced by another application. And that application would be for 61 residential units that are located in the Wallapai Alta area. This is a copy of their plan. 61 units. 40 of those units are between 1/4 and 1/3 acre, and the other 21 are less than an acre. That's what he planned to build 5 weeks ago. That's what he will build if he gets an opportunity, if you approve his applications, because the development agreement may say an acre, but he has the chance to come back and go ahead and build less if he can convince the city that that's the right thing to do, and that's what the market demands. Here's another fraud. This is a picture basically from my house, looking out. That's really a gully down there right now. To do what he says he's going to do here, he would have to, number one, violate all the water district rules with respect to the amount of grass you can use. But aside from that, that's 60 feet down in places where I live. You have to raise that 20 feet and put an underground box culvert from Wallapai down to Rampart to do what this depicts. That's about $40 million in expense. That will never happen. Yet it still appears before you, and it's still provided to people to show what a beautiful community this is going to be if you let him do what he wants to do. Here's another thing. This picture of the Irvine Spectrum Center. It's interesting to know that they've been involved for over a year. It's our understanding that Kalita was going to build the 720 apartments, and they just bailed out about 2 months ago. Not this person and not this developer. Kalita was going to build them, and you can see what Kalita built if you go up to Convention Center Drive in the new Summerlin downtown. They're nice apartments, but they're certainly not luxury apartments that belong in our community. This is probably as good a representation of what could be built as to what they're saying.
Could you rotate that again for me clockwise, a quarter
This way?
turn? Yes, thank you.
Okay. If you take a look at this is just as probable as being built as the Irvine Center. But interestingly enough, if you take a look at this building satisfies these development guidelines that the developer has, except for the fact he'd have to get a waiver for the mechanical on the roof. The other thing I want to say is that the question of the golf course has residential. I think that Michael Buckley discussed it, but at every meeting I was at, there's been a letter shown of December 30th, 2014, that is really a generic letter given by the city, planning staff, a level 1 planner, and it says exactly what is true. It's RPD 7. But then the next paragraph tells what an RPD district is. And that's how this development has been developed, under an RPD district, not under, and then the only last thing I want to say is at every meeting, the developer, and without his attorney not correcting him, and Beers, Councilman Beers, has said in writing numerous times to our neighbors that letter makes an entitlement of 7.49 on our golf course, and that if not given them that 7.49 on the entire golf course, the city would be subject to inverse condemnation, which is nonsense. The city attorney said it's nonsense to us, and the city attorney told a whole group of us and the board of directors that letter does not say what the developer says it does. It doesn't provide an entitlement to 7.49 acres per acre.
Thank you, Mr. Schrock. Let's do this. Since we've kind of started tonight with a representative, a spokesperson, if you will, on behalf of homeowners, since we're now to that portion of tonight's agenda, if there are others who are here to take time on behalf of others, why don't you come on up? So in other words, you're going to be given 5 minutes if I can be convinced that you're speaking on behalf of other homeowners.
I actually only need 2 minutes.
Okay, 2 minutes is yours.
Kevin Blair, 801 South Rampart. I represent the owner of the building at Sir William's Court, where the one traffic light currently is on Rampart in between Alta and Charleston. We met with the developer many months ago to talk about providing access into this development. After reviewing the plans and seeing how much traffic was going to be using this access point, we decided that it was not beneficial to us. So now the plans are showing that there's one access for the 720 units onto Rampart. And having been in this building for 13 years, I've seen the increase in the traffic on that street. And this traffic cannot be thrown out on the Rampart safely for the community. The apartments, these are apartments. They keep calling them condos, but every time that we hear about these condos, they are going to be operated as apartments for 6 years. So let's call them apartments, and they're 2,400 apartments that are going to be in a high-profile development that do not meet the criteria. So I've got a letter for the council from my client that'll show our objections.
Thank you. We'll make that a part of the record tonight.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we're to the 2-minute portion for tonight's meeting. So are you, come on up. Your name and address, please.
Yes, my name is Steve Carria. I live at 9101 Alta Drive, Unit 202. I'm here representing on behalf of a petition that was signed on October 13th by residents and a few renters of the one Queensridge Place. I'm sorry, I have a very bad voice. I have a vocal cord problem. But I hope you can understand me. First, I would like to address the fact that 25% of the people at one Queensridge Place are renters. Approximately 30 to 50% of the people at one Queensridge Place are second, third, or fourth homes or not around often at any given time. So basically, we have about 30% of the people are local and here living at the complex. Having said that, I'd like to read this petition. We have 50 signatures and 41 residents. The petition states, "We, the undersigned residents of one Queensridge Place, hereby state our adamant opposition to the development high-density housing directly below our homes." This petition is dated October 13th, 2016. Now, this is 50 signatures. This is a pretty big quorum as it relates to the number of people that live at Queensridge. But to take this even further, a couple things I'd like to say. One, being someone that served the public, I want to thank you and appreciate that all of you are giving your time to do this. This is not a simple job. And this is a complex, very difficult situation that you're faced with. However, a very important one. One of the things that's happened, and many of the people that have signed this are in agreement with this, from the very beginning, many of the Queensridge residents believe this is a shell game. It doesn't pass the smell test.
Mr. Carey, let me ask you, and I'm sorry to cut you
Yes.
off. So I know you're speaking on behalf of the 50 that have signed.
Yes.
Are you speaking on behalf of 5 or more people that are here tonight?
I don't know. I've done a few. Yes. You can see the people. All right.
Okay, I don't want to see hands raised for the second time. You've already got counted. I've seen several of you. It looks like you had 5, so I'm going to give you 3 additional minutes.
Yeah, well, thank you. And the absolute support from the city staff and rubber stamping this project is at epic levels. Having done developments both inside the United States and outside the United States, this is an egregious project. It just doesn't comply with the standards that I'm used to or that I've ever seen. Councilman Bob Beers, I met with him personally at one of the meetings, had a conversation with him, and he said that this was absolutely an inverse condemnation issue, and $100 million was going to be paid by the city of Las Vegas in the event that this project was turned down. I asked Mr. Jarvis, I'm sorry, I don't pronounce your name correctly, if that in fact is the case, because I've heard from other people that is not the case. I've also heard the developer, as well as Bob Beers, make the statement that this is a done deal. Wow, a done deal. To change a planned community like this is a done deal. Think about it. Just, of course, just more fantasy. But one question that has already been brought up to you is, if this was in your backyard, in your community, I wonder how you would vote under those circumstances. I don't think that you would be very appreciative of this existing. The developers are working the political landscape to the maximum. They seem to have done some things in terms of the politics, but the reality of this is, going back to what I said before, It has changed many times. It's worn down a lot of the people. We have a lot of our residents are in their 70s, 80s, and 90s. They don't even attend all of this, and many of them are not even here. We ask that you adamantly vote against this particular project and not support it. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we move on, I'm going to ask Mr. Jerbick. I've heard this comment now a few times about inverse condemnation, and perhaps you could address that for us.
I'll be happy to. With all due respect to what everybody says, this is what I believe are the facts. When EMB acquired the property in Queensridge, that's the Badlands Golf Course, they requested of the planning department a letter asking what the zoning classification, if there was any, for the golf course was at that time. Planning provided 2 letters. One addressed 3 APN numbers, one addressed 1 APN number. Both of those letters identified those properties as having hard zoning RPD 7. RPD 7 no longer exists in our zoning code, but at the time it did exist, it allowed up to, that is up to, 7.49 units per acre. Because RPD stands for Residential Plan Development, the reason it is up to is you have to be compatible with surrounding land uses. So as I've opined before, in my opinion, just my opinion, that if an individual were to come forward with RPD 7 and ask for 7.5 units per acre next to acre parcels, half-acre parcels, quarter-acre parcels, the planning department would not ever recommend approval of that because it's not harmonious and compatible. The other thing a lot of people have said is that that gives you a right to build up to 7.9 units per acre. I have said it does not give you a right to build 7.9 units per acre. It gives you a right to ask. Now, is denial of 7.9 units per acre, 7.49 units per acre amount to inverse condemnation? Absolutely not. Mr. Schreck is correct. I've told him that. I've told the HOA meetings. Every meeting I've gone to, I have said that. And the developer here will say the same thing. They do not believe that there's an inverse condemnation case if 7.49 units per acre were denied. However, and this is where there'll be some disagreement, I'm sure, the developer did acquire property that has hard zoning. Many other golf courses here in town are zoned very specifically for civic use or for open space use. This golf course was not. I don't know why, but 25 years ago or more, when the hard zoning went into a place, it covered the entire golf course, the 250 that was referenced by Mr. Kempfer. As a result, the developer has a right to come in and ask for some development there. What that development is, how much there is up to this Planning Commission and up to the Las Vegas City Council. Having said that, I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Okay. So let's resume with the 2-minute presentations. Unless you walk up with at least 5 or more people whose time you are taking, I'm going to give you 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. And in the expedition of time, I'll be very simple here. My name is Kevin Buckley. The house I have is 712 Pontchartrain Drive. This has a direct impact. This has had a direct impact on our home. In November of 2015, a broker's opinion of value put the house back at $1,150,000. It had gotten as low as, let's say, $635,000 at the height of the market, in the height of the depth of the market, back in 2011. As of this last week, a broker's opinion of value now places that house at the value of approximately $830,000. I've been a real estate broker here in Las Vegas since 1980. Our family's lived here a long time. I know the developer. I know the people representing the developer. I must say that I was impressed by the presentation made tonight because I'm a pro-development person. But I was with Susan, and I leaned over and I said, this is why people hate developers, because you're just selling a story. You're selling the pictures. I think that the parties that are here to say that this is not the appropriate thing have given technical, real Nevada revised statute laws, example of how the city of Las Vegas has voted in the past and who they care about. Therefore, I respectfully request that this application be denied. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Ann Smith, and we live at 653 Revelle Court in Queensridge. We've been there for 18 years. Our single-story home on the golf course is one of 7 on Revelle Court that abuts the multi-story condos proposed in Development Area 3 and are very significantly impacted. We are opposed to the development. Why? The devil's in the details. And there are a very precious few of these details, and they keep changing. Hearing Frank talk about the density reminds me that initially they started with 60 estate lots, and now they're up to 25. And the minimum lot size was guaranteed by the developer to be a minimum of 1 acre, and now it's a ½ acre. I've looked into the design standards on the exhibits on the website, and I'm concerned about one that is proposed to allow 12-foot high perimeter walls around any of these developments on all 4. So there goes our views. We're on the golf course. So any view that we might have had away on the golf course away from these condos is now obliterated. It also appears, I really don't want to wait for the design review to see what's actually going to happen now that you're voting on the zoning now. That's like a cart before the horse. So, you know, our views and quality of life for the next 30 years, and as a result, our property values are going to tank. The proposed treatment that they're offering, which is a 75-foot no-build zone, includes access roads and in no way mitigates the issue of incompatible high-density zoning and land use adjacent to existing lower-density zoned residences, ours. Our street is totally wiped out for views. So this, in our opinion, this cosmetic mitigation is akin to lipstick on a pig.
Thank you.
And the development needs surgery, not lipstick. So we urge you to act on our concerns tonight by denying this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Paula Qualiana. I live at 9621 Orient Express. I sent a letter dated October 12, 2016 to several public officials, including you, expressing concerns about how the matters of the Badlands Golf Course project are being handled by city employees. I hand-delivered it and I mailed it. For the record, I'm strongly opposed to this project and don't feel the homeowners have gotten a fair deal, inasmuch as the process so far hasn't disclosed all relevant information to them that is needed when discussed in an open and public meeting. Part of my October 12th meeting letter states that the city attorney told me and other attendees of the meeting of October 7th at the Suncoast Casino that the master plan impacting our neighborhood of Badlands Golf Course were not properly recorded and may not offer protection from the development we are discussing this evening. He used the TPC golf course as an example of a golf course that is properly recorded and consequently could never be anything except a golf course. He also briefly discussed the city's concern that this developer could sue the city for condemnation, stating that the developer isn't going to get everything he wants and the homeowners aren't either. Since the October 7th meeting, I understand the city attorney has denied this. However, the president of the HOA has confirmed with another attendee that what I say and what I have said about the city attorney's statements is his recollection as well. Unfortunately, the he said, she said is a perfect example of problems caused by the city not complying with open meeting law, specifically not recording what was said at the meeting, and so now the October meeting that was conducted by the city at the Suncoast Casino has no record. If he did in fact deny his statements, we can deal with that at a later time, but for now, he has raised serious concerns about validity of the master plan. So I ask you directly, was the master plan recorded properly and is valid? Does it apply to the proposed development in the Badlands Golf Course? If the master plan is not valid or does not apply to the Badlands Golf Course, why not? Or if the Badlands documents were not recorded properly, how so? Were some of these or all of these documents never recorded as some of the other problems? Maybe you know what they are. Tell us. We have a right as homeowners to understand what this is all about with this not having the proper recording. So I'll ask you that and I'm going to stand here. It's an open and public meeting. I want to know, and I'm sure maybe these other homeowners want to know, what is this
Ms.
that we
Qualiana,
don't have?
you've gone well past your time.
I know, but I want to, this is an open meeting. I want to understand.
It is an open meeting, but I'm presiding at tonight's meeting, and I'm enforcing the 2 minutes.
I know, but I'm asking the question, and it's an open meeting so that you can answer, or the city attorney can answer, what this means that it's not recorded.
So are you
That I'm
asking through me, the chair, that the city attorney respond to your
Okay.
question?
I apologize for that, but I would say I ask that we get that information this evening.
Okay. I will discuss that with Mr. Jervik during our break and give him time if he wishes to take that. Good evening.
Chairman Moody, thank you very much. My name's Ron Iverson. I live at 9324 Verlaine Court in the Queens Ridge community. I'm a recently elected member of the Homeowners Board, but I stand here before you as a private Queens Ridge resident. We purchased our Queens Ridge residence in January of 2015 and planned a major renovation because of the beauty of the area, and we wanted to bring our house up to standards in the community. About 3 weeks after we tore down the back walls of our house for an extensive renovation, we got word that the whole Badlands redevelopment project was started. And you can imagine the amount of angst that caused with us because of all the consternation that developments typically make. We became even more concerned as time progressed about our investment when it became apparent that the city planning's staff was not treating the Badlands redevelopment project as an interrelated part of the whole Queens Ridge community. It was basically just a standalone project. And evidence of that is in what Shauna Hughes talked to us about tonight in terms of the development agreement and the deficiencies in the development agreement as they stand. You've already, the big question in my mind is why were the normal compliance requirements abandoned in this case? It's not apparent, and it's not apparent to a number of us in the community. I understand the developer's vision. I think it's all the pictures look great, but it's not stemmed in any kind of reality. When you talk about trees and how they're going to be planted, how many, there's no requirements in the development agreement with regard to that, how they're going to be maintained if they die, if they're going to be replaced, any of that. When you look at the development agreement right now, it basically gives rights for the developer to come in and basically level everything in the community, and it can stay that way for 20 or 30 years. They've even admitted tonight that the development agreement goes on for 20, 30 years. Please understand that you're setting a precedent here tonight. Do not let this go forward with this unless
Mr.
this be a
Iverson,
legacy of this body. That's
sorry
all
to
I
cut
have.
you off.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. Tom Love, 9828 Winter Palace. I am a local real estate agent and a native of Las Vegas. I had the good fortune, or maybe not the good fortune, to purchase my home from Mr. Bain and Mrs. Piccoli over 3 years ago. Like this gentleman before me, I took 3 years and took this house down to the studs, and I moved my family into temporary housing while we did an extensive remodel, millions and millions of dollars worth of remodel, only to find out that it was not disclosed to me by the owner of the golf course, the Bains and Piccolis, that this was going to happen. My family has been damaged by this. I'm very, very disappointed in staff, and I'll be very, very disappointed in the commissioners if you don't check into why staff has such a cozy relationship with this developer and has given them lots of liberties that we've never seen happen before. I have a text message from one of my clients that paid over $3 million for a house on Winter Palace about 2 years ago that we just placed on the market. I forwarded it over to a very well-qualified buyer because it's the perfect home for them. I want to read you the text. Hi, Tom. Saw the house online. It looks beautiful, but with the uncertainty of the golf course closing, it's a big concern. I say you need to come look at the house. Let's see what you think of it in person. Next text from her husband. Richard is not interested in it. That is what's happened to our community. I cannot tell you how many millions of dollars I've personally lost, and I don't have the money that the developer has. I would ask the press, and I would ask you commissioners to find out why this staff has given this developer so many liberties that are unprecedented. It's an insult to our community. This is about greed. 280 acres for $15 million is $50,000 an acre. What a great deal for the developer. What a bad deal for the homeowners. All of our equity goes out the drain so it can go into his pocket. He has told us fallacies time after time about what he's going to build, and even up until this last few weeks, it's changed to more density. I would ask you to deny this application, and I'd ask you guys to stick up for all the homeowners that are here. Somebody like me that's worked very hard as a native, that's put every dollar that I have into a home for my family, and this man has taken it away from me. I couldn't even sell it if I wanted to. I'm disgusted.
Thank you, Mr. Love. Please hold your applause. I've asked you several times. We need to maintain order. It's inappropriate to applaud. We can't make that a part of the record. And I'm also asking you to please limit your remarks. You hear the beep going off continuously. Please try and keep your remarks to 2 minutes. I think you're next.
Yeah. Hi, my name's Eva Thomas. I live at 652 Revelle Court. I'm one of the 7 houses on Revelle that will be facing the 4-story condos proposed. I am against the development. I have lived on the golf course for 18 years, and I'm here to say it is a valuable golf course based on the number of golfers playing every day. There are photos to prove how busy it is. They were taken over the last 4 months by me. I work 5 days a week, but every day I took pictures just to show you guys how busy that golf course is. And I've got them right here for all you guys. Packages. So you can all have them.
If you'll hand those to staff, we'll make sure
Okay.
those those get distributed.
I think there's enough for everybody.
Thank you.
For the last 3 months, there have been lots of tournaments. They're there all the time. My views and quality of life will be ruined by the development of Area 3 forever, and by construction impacts 30 years. I urge you to deny the developer's application tonight.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Duncan Lee. I live at 9631 Orient Express. I've been a resident there for over 25 years, and tonight I'm going to ask you to consider the following before voting. We have a completed premier master plan community with over 1,300 homeowners with a golf course as an amenity that serve as open space and flood control. Now you have a developer that wants to take this amenity away and build close to 2,700 small, dense studio and 1-bedroom apartments that is incompatible compared to the residences in Queensridge. If you vote to approve this application, you are making a decision that will affect all master plan communities in Southern Nevada. Why would homepayers ever trust or pay any premium for a master plan community which our city is so famously known for? Most of my real estate friends are watching you tonight and waiting for your decision. Will they ever work with city governments to dedicate and properly plan for infrastructure such as police, fire station, public park, and schools? Or use your decision tonight as a president to use loopholes and loose interpretation of zoning laws to circumvent good urban planning? Don't imagine that your decision is only for this application. It will reverberate through the entire real estate development community, with the implication that any land use is possible if you hire Jews-connected consultant, despite the overwhelming objection by its affected neighbors. I also want to let you know I did see the Irvine spectrum. And you know what? The average household income for that demographic area is over $108,000, and a 1-bedroom, 800 square feet apartment, Plan 42A, is approximately $2,400, and that's for only 800 square feet. Is that the demographics you think will fit in that immediate area? And also regarding the CCSD, you heard them from tonight that we have currently overcrowded schools. The Bonner Elementary School is over 160%, 100% overcrowded. So please deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you. We are going to hear from you, and then since we've been going for 2 hours, we're going to take a brief recess. So the people in line, I'm going to ask you to remember your place so that as soon as we reconvene after our break, that we can start where we left off. Can I ask you to start again? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Deborah Kaner. I live at 660 Ravel. I am also one of the targets on Ravel. I have lived in Las Vegas for 35 years. I'm an original homeowner of 18 years there. When we hear the word San Diego, we think beauty, we think serenity. When we hear Las Vegas, we think action, party, loud, noisy fun. We love it here, but we want to come home to the beauty and serenity that we have in our oasis, Queensridge. That is why we all bought in here, and that is why we all paid premiums for our lots. I retired last month from Clark County School District, and in anticipation of my retirement, I needed to downsize. I've had my home on the market for 1 year, no offers. Price is not the issue, as you've heard. Nobody wants to face 20 to 30 years of construction, noise, blowing dust. Would any of you? I would love to tell prospective buyers who actually love the house that there is some open space in back of my fence, a jogging trail, a walking path, a bike trail, a children's park, a dog park, but not a road and not a potential 12-foot wall. I have had to lower the price $100,000. That is enormous amount for a CCSD employee, yet not one offer. The family around the corner from me on Fontainebleau lowered their price by $200,000. Couldn't sell it. It's now a rental. The family on Pontchartrain dropped their price $300,000. It is in short sale. The family on Villafranche dropped their price $250,000. It has just been relisted for sale. One home sold in 2015 for $300,000 less than list. On the other hand, there were 8 sales in 2014 before the golf course sale. Your real estate tax base in Queensridge is declining. I urge you not to contribute to urban sprawl and to deny the application tonight. Please keep our Queensridge an oasis, serene and beautiful.
Thank you, and congratulations on your retirement. Okay, we are going to be in recess, I don't know, maybe for 10 minutes or so, and we'll resume at that point.
Everybody to line up at the three things and let's move this thing.
Ladies and gentlemen, this special Planning Commission meeting is called back to order. If I can have everyone that is not in line to speak tonight, take your seats, please. I was asked during the break if this time that's been allotted for property owners has been broken up into those speaking against as opposed to those speaking for. It has not. So whether you're to speak here to speak tonight for or against, you do not have to wait, till the beginning or the end. We'd invite you to make your remarks and just get in line. I think everyone looks like they're back in the same order. Thank you for your patience, and we'll begin with you. Your name and address, please.
Jacqueline Ackerman, 8229 Swan Lake Avenue. I represent Stephen Maxon, who owns 2 units in 1 Queensridge Place. The Crown Jewel Penthouse in 9101, Unit 1801, and Unit 204 in 9103 Alta Drive. Mr. Maxon supports these applications. He thinks that the developer's affiliate has done an excellent job with 1 Queensridge Place and other projects in the community, and feels very comfortable with this developer handling this project. The Brownout Golf Course is an eyesore. That is depressing property values. This project looks like it will do a whole lot better than what we've got right now. In addition to which, it will bring much needed construction jobs and other jobs into the area and be a significant boost to retail sales in the area. So for these reasons, Mr. Maxon supports these applications.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Robert Lapierre, 9617 Camden Hills. I am a past president of Queensridge HOA and a former sheriff. I'm here tonight, obviously, a very important matter for our community. I do support this plan, mainly because I've never found going into the unknown to be a positive. And we don't know if you turn this plan down. I guess the 2 alternatives are more homes on the golf course and less condos, or an open space desert. I may be wrong in that, but that's what I believe the 2 options are. And I don't like either of those plans, and I don't think either one of them are in the best interest of Queensridge. And last, just the other thing I wanted to say was, we have a very big security problem in Queensridge. We are built around a public golf course, wide open, various entry points that people just walk on to our property. To have this as an open air, open space would be a disaster. I know Mr. Fatita has somebody here to speak, so I don't think it's in bad taste to mention him, but obviously he's very well known. I believe open space area would have homeless people living right outside his wall, people with cameras, poking into taking pictures of them. And the same is true for all other well-known personalities in the neighborhood. And thieves, homeless living on, with an open space. So I can't support that plan. And the developer's plan not only addresses, it eliminates our biggest security issues, totally closes them off. We would be much safer with his plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Elise Canonico, and I live at 9153 Tudor Park Place, Queensridge. I'd like to start off by addressing the fact that most people have the impression that Queensridge is full of wealthy people, but that is simply not true. The truth is, only 10% of the Queensridge homeowners live in the custom section of Queensridge. There are 987 homeowners in the master plan community of Queensridge, and 166 of them live in Tudor Park. In 2006, when the residents on Tudor Park Place purchased their home on the golf course, we all paid a lot premium of $100,000 for the golf course and the open space. It was never disclosed to us that someday we could lose our views in our master plan community. I'm speaking on behalf of the Tudor Park residents, as we need our voices heard. While everyone in Queens Ridge will be impacted by this development, whether they live on the golf course or not, the Tudor Park residents will have their daily lives impacted more than any other homeowner. Due to the fact that the latest addendum to the traffic study allows both construction traffic as well as residential traffic to gain access through Clubhouse Drive, this will impact our lives for many years to come. Cars, trucks, dump trucks, bulldozers, backhoes, graders, loaders, excavators, cement trucks, water trucks, etc., will gain access to the 1,500 apartments proposed by the developer and sharing the same access road, the one and only access road that leads to Tudor Park. I reiterate, Clubhouse is the only access road in and out of Tudor Park with only one lane entering and one lane exiting. With construction being permitted from 7 in the morning to 6 in the evening, this will be a nightmare for all 166 Tudor Park residents and their families. Thank you for your time tonight, and I ask all of you, please, please listen to the voices of the Tudor Park homeowners. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, committee, my name is Harry Kelman. I live at 7153 Landsbrook Avenue, Silverstone Ranch. I'd like you to move above this project and hope you consider this to be a precedent-setting nature for all golf course communities within the city of Las Vegas. Each person had reasons for purchasing homes on or in a golf course community. Most of us paid a premium, which is vanishing, for this privilege. These units were purchased based upon land use plans, open space, and rural density of the properties. I fear you are unaware of the potential precedent for all golf course communities in the city that thought they were protected by the city through the development agreements and the city and protect the city of Las Vegas residents. I'd like you to send a message to all these carpetbaggers. Vote to deny these applications.
Would this picture come up? I have a picture
Yes,
of my
if you'll
home.
move to the center microphone, you can put that down and we can zoom in on that.
Oops. Does that show up?
Yes.
In the year,
I need your name and address, please.
I'm Herman Allers. The address is 9731 Orient Express Court. I've lived there for 16 years, and there's 21 homes on Orient Express Court. They're all custom homes. The smallest one is 7,000 square feet. The largest one is 22,000 square feet. Mine is 11,000 square feet. About 10 years ago, we all live along that Aurora that is a natural drainage channel that has been there ever since I remember. And when it floods, that natural drainage channel gets about a third full, and we got a river back there. Now, I attended one meeting over at that the developers had in one of the casinos, and I asked, how are you going to handle this water? And they said, oh, that's easy. We're going to put a concrete drainage system in there. I said, you mean you're going to take out all the caliche rock and then you're going to put an underground system, or you're going to put a system that's on top, like a concrete swale, and then let the So now we'll look at this concrete swale. Is that correct? They said, well, we haven't quite decided what we're going to do or how we're going to handle the water. When I moved there 16 years ago, we had coyote families living in those caves along that Aurora. Now they've all moved up to the mountains. There's a few that come in there every once in a while. But there is all kinds of wildlife that we have, chipmunks and chuckawallas and all types, and all kinds of birds and all kinds of wildlife. So I brought this up, and they said, oh, we're going to put parks in there, and all the wildlife will come back. I mean, that isn't going to happen. I said, well, where is your environmental impact report? They said, well, the city didn't require that. Why would we give it to them if we didn't require it? I would recommend tonight that you require this.
I've let you go 30 seconds over, so I need you to.
I just require that, I would request that you require them to provide an environmental impact report on this drainage system and how they're going to build homes down in the 60-foot Aurora.
Thank you.
Okay?
Hi, Patrick Spilatro, 8177 Bay Colony, Silverstone Ranch. I came here with the intention to talk about the school district, and I'm glad the school district was here because of the fact that I'm looking at these figures and I thought they were only 151% capacity. They're 160%. This group has had plenty of opportunity to deal with the school district, and I guess they're just now getting around to getting a memorandum of understanding. This should have been done a long, long time ago. I'm looking at the application as far as the drainage goes, and I understand the majority of this project is sitting in a 100-year flood zone. Silverstone Ranch is not in a 100-year flood zone, and it's protected by two large basins that are protected in Floyd Lamb Park. Regardless of those, 2 years ago, it wiped out almost everything on the golf course behind me with 3 feet of water. Now, this is a protected area, not in a 100-year flood zone. I encourage the commission to actually seriously look at the floodplain again and make absolutely sure before you start putting apartments in a 100-year flood zone. These people are not in a shopping center. They can't get up out of their house and get out of the way. God forbid something happens to them. As far as advanced planning goes, when they built west of us, way up on the side of the mountain by Mount Charleston, they built a large bathtub up there, put a drain in the bottom, ran it out on Grand Teton, and that carried about 5 tons of rock down to Silverstone Ranch. You guys didn't plan on that. I understand that. But I want you to consider the drainage that you're doing now and consider this project in its entirety, not just one section at a time, but all the way back from Wallapai, as the other gentleman said, all the way from Wallapai all the way down to the very end of the terminus. This project is being proposed by the same people that built Tivoli Gardens. Tivoli Gardens has been nothing more than a bunch of scaffolding and yellow paper as far as I'm concerned. I don't go in there, but every time I pass there, it looks like a hazard. You're giving these people a 30-year window of opportunity to change the plans. That's a long, long time to be giving these people to finish up a project that should be planned and should be available for everybody. And I don't understand how you can possibly break up a planned community like this after this land has already been allocated. All these people here all counted on the fact that they're going to have open space or golf course. You're hurting all their home values, and you're basically giving it to a small handful of people. I encourage you all to turn this down. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Rick Cost. I live at 9813 Queen Charlotte. As I said 90 days ago, as you can tell, this is a tremendous polarizing event. I think all this, a number of rules and regulations are the core part, but really the real philosophy here that you've struggled with today is really one simple point. Do we Californicate Las Vegas? That's what you have here. You have the philosophies of, they've shown Irvine. I lived in Irvine. I know exactly what Irvine is. That's why I don't live there anymore. I've been there and didn't want to be there anymore. And basically, that's philosophically long-term is what you're going to decide today, is whether you want to allow that rampant growth to go forward. We can get all the various groups up in lawsuits and have struggled with that, but philosophically, that's what you're struggling with today. And tonight, you'll have to decide whether you're going to allow this and future ones to be just like this. And that's really what you have. All the rest of this a lot of personal stories. I can give you mine, but really philosophically, that's what you have to do here. Other states have had to deal with this, and now it's come to us. Do we Californicate a pristine community as is and change it, and then change the rest of our culture in this city? Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Art Parker. I live at 664 Ravel Court. I'm also talking for my neighbor, who is Jerry Engel, who is my next door neighbor. We, in February, the Ravel Court people, which supposedly were the most impacted, had a meeting with the developer. And after, at the end of the meeting, we were told that in 2 weeks we would have some drawings of what it's going to look like behind our house or our houses. And tonight is the first time that I actually got to see what it's going to look like. You saw that picture of the greenway, and then the next picture of the wall. That's my backyard. We are just totally against this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chairperson Moody, Vice Chair, Director, Commissioners. We appreciate your time, and we greatly appreciate you hearing us.
Need your name and address, please.
Oh, excuse me, I'm Carol Stiles. I'm at 936 Coke Bridge. I live in the fairways, the small duplexes. And it's unprecedented to alter the footprint of a completed master plan community with a build of this magnitude. It is right in the heart of Queens Ridge, the green space. Howard Hughes envisioned not only paths and small communal areas for families to enjoy, the golf, to adapt to the year-round sun, but the flood channels to divert water during times of monsoonal rains. There's Green Heart enhances our homes, our health, and brings calm to our hectic lives. Speaking of health, I queried in our last meeting about an impact study on emergency services, police, fire, EMTs, emergency rooms, hospital rooms. Do we have whatever it takes to support the drain on this much-needed support systems? Drain, how about the power grid? Again, last I spoke, there was a 2-hour blackout in Sun City a week prior to the last meeting. People with life support and home care systems had to go to the Summerlin Hospital. We're looking at a build of community within the heart of our master plan that will actually far surpass the combined residents of Queens Ridge, Queensridge Ridge 1, Tudor Park, and Fairways that will have an impact. I ask you to listen to everyone that speaks, those for and against. We all have a voice. But let me remind you, your vote will be remembered, and please remember our voices. I vote against.
Mark Henderson, speaking on behalf of Joe DeHart, 9103 Alta Drive, Unit 1203. He's in full support of the project. He would like to thank the Commission for listening and making a fair and just approval for the advancement and development. Thank you.
I'm Bob Piccoli. I live at 9740 Verlaine Court in the Queens Ridge Golf Course Master Development Community. I am the attorney that has filed the lawsuit against the city and the applicant. And the main thrust of the lawsuit is violation of the CC&Rs that belong to every one of us owners. We can all raise the issue. I'm going to bring up two of the main ones. And I'm reading from the CC&Rs. And this has to do with drainage, storm drainage system. There shall be no interference with the established drainage pattern over any portion of the property unless approved in writing by the declarant and the design review committee has made a proper drainage approval. And then it says at the very end of this paragraph, says there shall be no violation of the drainage requirements of the city, county, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers or State of Nevada Division of Environmental Protection, notwithstanding any such approval of a declarant or the design review committee. That's saying you cannot touch the drainage system. And I would further state that the Clark County Regional Flood Control has approved the drainage system. The State Division of Environmental Protection has also approved, and FEMA has approved. So that's a violation of the CC&R. I'm letting you know. The other one is no parcels, lot, or condominium in a property may be further subdivided, including division into timeshare estates or timeshare uses, without the prior written approval of the declarant. Then the paragraph goes on to say, no application for rezoning of any lot or parcel, and no application for variances or use permits shall be filed with any governmental authority unless the proposed use of the lot or parcel has been approved by declarant or from and after the declarant's rights termination date by the board, and the proposed use otherwise complies with the applicable declaration. And
Your time's up, Mr. Piccoli. Thank you.
The declarant is gone. I got 5 people out there for 2 more minutes if I need them.
Who are they?
Can I see some hands out here?
Okay.
There we go.
You've got 2 more minutes.
Thank you. Now, the point I'm trying to make is we filed the lawsuit based on the violation of these restrictions. The case is pending in the court. The judge has now just recently said you can't have a preliminary injunction because it's a zoning matter. Well, it's not a zoning matter. And I'm taking it to the Nevada Supreme Court. It will be in the Nevada Supreme Court by next week. So just be advised. You guys are allowing an application that's unlawful. And I would recommend that you deny it.
Thank you, Mr. Piccoli. By the way, if anyone else is coming up and is asking for 5 minutes, I need to know beforehand so that we don't do this midway, please. Sir?
Hi, my name's Tom Blenkinsop. I live at 2042 Deer Springs in Henderson, Nevada. I've lived in Las Vegas for 20 years, and I've been in the golf business for 20 years since I've been here. I oversee 3 golf courses as a regional general manager. So I'm more here to talk about the golf course business and how it's declined. I mean, every day I can tell you there's probably most public golf courses lose money every year, a considerable amount of money, and they don't even pay their note after that. So the unfortunate thing is that the city's overbuilt golf courses and there's not enough residents to support golf courses. And the unfortunate thing is golf courses, if you look out the back of homes, I get complaints every day about how bad the golf course looks due to desert landscaping and vegetation. The green is grass, but the desert landscaping with the turf reduction that we've done over the last 10 years isn't maintained to the level it needs to be, and that's due to money not being there. And unfortunately, we can't get money, as you know, with the declining golf market. Trying to get more and more people to play golf is tough, and then everybody trying to lower the rates means less people are playing golf. And I can tell you it's a very competitive market, and from what I'm seeing is the unfortunate thing is there's probably 4 or 5 golf courses that need to be closed in this valley. And I know that's not what everybody wants to hear. That is the absolute truth, because they're not making money, and the water prices are going up, wages are going up, health care is going up, and it's just more burden on golf courses every day. And unfortunately, there's overbuilt in this valley, and they all lose money. So the sooner some of them close, it'll be better for the golf business, which is not what people want to hear, but that's overall what it will be. It'll be better for the golf business. So thank you.
Yes, my name is Tressa Haddock, and I live at 9148 White Kirk Place, which is in Tudor Park. The developer, the 30-minute presentation that I just listened to, spent most of the time speaking of how this would impact the larger homes in Queens Ridge, which I can understand and appreciate. However, for those of us that are in Tudor Park, I bought in there in 2015, early 2015, and was not aware of this project. I bought in there for health reasons. I have lupus and suffer with several different ailments, one of them being sinusitis, which is greatly affected by dust, things, etc. I had no idea this project was going on. the proposed Clubhouse Drive, which would be the entrance and the exit for their construction. My house actually looks at the entrance gate to Clubhouse Drive. I'm the first house when you come in there. Because this project has been going on for this amount of time, I looked at putting my house back on the market and trying to move for health's sake. And my home has gone down in value over 20%. And without taking a loss, I can't even sell my home because of this project and the unknowns. So I just urge you to not only think of the larger homes and the multi-million-dollar ones, but also Tudor Park, which we've put a lot of time investment, and for people like me that have health problems, that has not been thought of or addressed, and I would appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chairman, Commissioners, my name is Pat Henderson. I can be found at 9103 Alta, Unit 302. I'm here tonight to support the developer's request that this land be the project be allowed to go forward in the way he's defined it. Quickly, my background, I've been responsible for literally billions of dollars worth of construction work in the Southwest United States and Hawaii. I've spent countless jobs dealing directly with the Corps engineers and understand what they require before you can move into a restricted zone. I believe that's going to be the case here. They'll trump every other agency that's been discussed here today. I don't believe you'll end up with a project that they're going to allow to go forward that's going to have a drainage issue through those culverts. A. B, having been involved in design and build construction for the biggest part of my career, including building half of McCarran International Airport, the International Arrivals building in San Francisco, extending BART from Daly City to down the peninsula, Ronald Reagan Memorial Hospital in Los Angeles, I can tell you, I have had experiences in this way. It requires a concerted effort between a lot of agencies and the developer. I believe, based on the testimony or the comments made, that process will continue until such time as all the various agencies that have authority and jurisdiction over the matter have been appeased. Now, as to whether or not this would be best used as a golf course or a residential development, the gentleman that spoke just prior to me, I think, has a valid point. Something is going to happen with that land. Can it remain a golf course the way the residents want? I throw out a suggestion, maybe flip it, set up a special improvement district and let the residents buy it. And then they could keep it a golf course and see if they like the economics of the deal. One last thing. For every $350 million spent in the construction of that first phase, which would be concrete and steel frame, you'll generate $122 million in payroll out into this community, which is going to represent over 2.75 million man-hours of work. That's somewhere at the $50 range.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Larry Sadoff, and I have lived at 9101 Alta Drive, Unit 1004, for the last 3.5 years. I strongly object to any development in the current master plan unit development that is not in accordance with the provisions of NRS 278A, which has been discussed. Each of the current and past many multiple submissions deny all homeowners, whether they live in the Towers, Queensridge Housing, Tudor Housing, or other communities in the current planned unit development, their ability to exercise their rights under Nevada law and should not be approved. What you see here and have seen here tonight is but a representation of those who object to this development. There are many more. As I said, I live in the Towers at 1 Queensridge Place, and what I want to share with you are some sentiments I have from some of my neighbors. Again, I do not speak for all of them, but these are firsthand, so they're not anecdotal. I know many who have resigned themselves to the development because of threats by the developer that if we do not allow him to proceed, we will end up with a big sports stadium in our backyard, or we will have inferior builders who will not provide a quality product. The threat of inverse condemnation has also been put forth, although that has been addressed tonight by the attorney. These threats and heavy-handed arguments have frankly dampened any dialogue between the parties and hopefully will not enter into any future decision-making here or at the City Council. Again, I urge disapproval of all the submissions, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Debbie Stratton, 9212 Worsley Park Place, and I support this development and ask that you do the same.
Good evening. My name is Dale Reisner, 9811 Orient Express. At the July meeting, the planning commissioners were trying to gain an understanding of the original representations made to Queens Ridge buyers. Tonight, I will briefly describe our buying process and some of what we relied upon to support our belief that Queens Ridge should be protected from the type of development being proposed. We bought into Queens Ridge based upon representations made by the developer, a Picoli entity, documents provided for due diligence, as well as the current state of the development. Queens Ridge was a planned community surrounded by open space, golf course, and supported by the 1990 master plan, which is also recorded with our deed. Also, the developer was the owner of the Badlands Golf Course and had a written duty to uniformly enhance and protect the attractiveness and desirability of the property. Everything presented was consistent in promoting an elite community with all the amenities. At the time the golf course property was fully developed as a golf course, we were never provided documentation, nor did we agree to redevelopment of the golf course. All of this presented a lens and a guide to what a reasonable person should expect about the future of our community. The type of extreme density provided for in the major modification, as well as the redevelopment of the golf course, is a radical departure from what we were provided as a framework to development in our neighborhood. Change of the magnitude provided for in the major modification will cause irreparable financial harm, inflict emotional distress, and cause upheaval to a community that has been developed over many years. The major modification allows for the development that is ill-defined and inconsistent with existing development. It is my understanding, after meeting with the city attorney, that the city is under no obligation to modify the 1990 master plan. Please deny the request for the major modification of the 1990 master plan.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Alan Sklar. I'm a unit owner at 9103 Alta, 1 Queens Ridge Place, and my company as well is a long-term tenant at Tivoli, the mixed-use development that's catty-corner from Queens Ridge. EHB Companies was the developer of both of those properties, and in the interest of transparency, my law firm does legal work for EHB, including in connection with this matter. But the reason that I asked to be heard here this evening was only to share with you my own experiences with EHB, the developer, in my capacity as a buyer of my condominium home and as well a tenant for my law firm. When I was first approached to buy a unit at 1 Queens Ridge Place and to lease office space at Tivoli Village, I was assured that each of those properties would be fantastic, and I heard the usual litany of promises of grandeur that I've become accustomed to, and I think we all have from developers. I pretty much discounted it as commonplace real estate puffery. In fact, the properties that EHB developed far exceeded my wildest dreams. Anybody who has taken a tour of 1 Queens Ridge Place or just strolled through Tivoli Village will understand that remark. The residential property that EHB sold to me and the office suite that EHB leased to me are each simply spectacular. Without exaggeration, 1 Queens Ridge Place and Tivoli Village are the nicest properties of their type that I've seen in Las Vegas. EHB does not build ordinary properties, it builds extraordinary properties. So while I realize and I truly respect that there are people here who may have a preference for having a nearby golf course or the sightlines that a golf course may afford, I believe that all of the neighboring property owners should have no doubt that an EHB development at the site in question ultimately will increase and not decrease our property values. Given its incredible projects at this location so far, if nothing else, this developer should be entitled to the benefit of the doubt as to the quality of what it will produce and the value that it will create for all of us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Clyde Spitzy.
I moved to Las Vegas in 1963, and in 1998 I bought a home in Queens Ridge. In 1972, I got a call from Mr. Piccoli to work on Piccoli Ranch, and I've worked on it the rest of my life. These areas that we have called the golf course, or open space, or whatever you want to call them, were the remnants of the area that were for drainage purposes, some more than others. We have the area of Queens Ridge, which all drains down to Rampart and Alta, where it meets two 12 by 12 structures, pipes that are open with 288 square feet. And the flow coming to that point is over 5,000 cubic feet per second. That's a wall of water of 5,000 square feet that we're going to get into 288 square feet. That's like an elephant getting into a squirrel cage. That water will come down there and will cause flooding in that area because it can't get through. The drainage up at Wallapai has a culvert of 2 8-by-8 square feet, and we've got over 2,000 cubic feet trying to get into that. And because that won't take it on a 100-year storm, say nothing about a 150 or 200 or 1,000-year storm, that water will raise up until it runs over Wallapai. And when it gets to several feet over the top of Wallapai, it's going to knock the wall down, and then we're going to have a tidal wave running down the drainage area all the way heading for Rampart and Alta, that this wall of water will tear up the construction of any homes, it will tear up all the terrain, and it will even take away life. So I want you to be aware of that. And
thank you, Mr. Spitzer. Your time's up.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Carol Jimerson. I reside at 9101 West Alta Drive, Unit 1704. We've been in the Queens Ridge community for 15 years. We bought our last two homes from EHB. They built both our homes. We bought a plot, and then they built it from there. I just want to go on record to say that I support this project. Whatever they have said that they were going to do during our project, they did. We never had an issue with that. I think that it's an honorable company. I hear a lot of homeowners in here that are against the project accusing you guys, accusing them of trying to intimidate in order to get their project done. The only intimidation I hear is coming from the people who are objecting it by accusing everybody of these wrongdoings instead of just getting to the bottom of what is the legal right to do and what is not the legal right to do. But I support the project, and thank you for your time.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, my name is Clyde Turner. I live at 9511 Orient Express Court. I was born about 2 blocks from here, so I'm a native. I'm opposed to the rape of Queens Ridge by the proposed development. The development is the key issue here. It's not whether the golf course or no golf course. It's the project itself. As proposed, the project is not a split-the-baby project. It's not friendly that way, and it should not be considered piecemeal. It should be denied in total. To have it be only a partially presented project tonight to you for your vote, that shouldn't be. You can't leave those 2s and 3s out to consider what's going to happen here to the Queens Ridge development. The other part is that the majority of the presentations that I've seen are basically they're artist sketches or bubble diagrams. I mean, there's no of the projects that I'm familiar with. There's no depth to what they've got as far as their design is concerned. You can't tell what it is. You can't really get your arms around it to know. The presentation is just like a con job. It's not substantive. Why should any completed community as Queens Ridge face this kind of risk? Further, the proposed condominiums, which the developer says are apartments, to get around the law requiring construction of condominiums, are really apartments and not quality condominiums, and not consistent with our community. I mean, that's a finesse that we're concerned that there's many more finesses in this uncompleted, ill-defined set of projects. Excuse me, if approved, this project will impose all the developers' risks, the market risk, the finance risk, the execution risk, and all the other risks on all the Queens Ridge residents over the life of the project. I thought I heard tonight 30 years. I mean, that's craziness. I mean, please don't be seduced by bad politics and colorful sketches of a bad project. If approved, this project will be a poster child for bad planning and bad government.
Thank you, Mr. Turner.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lynn Moravik. I reside at 9101 Alta Drive, Unit 201. I approve this project. I think once everyone sees the project completed, they'll say, why did we wait so long? It's really lovely and just add value to the property. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Summer Davies, and I'm a homeowner at 9103 Alta Drive, Unit 1207. And I also am a native of Las Vegas. My parents raised me in Queens Ridge, and that's where I'll be raising my daughter. And I fully support this project. I believe that if anyone should be given the right and the privilege to develop this land, it should be executive home builders. Not only do the developers themselves own millions of dollars in property inside Queens Ridge and in the surrounding neighborhoods, which I think dedicates them to the quality of this project and seeing it through. But the work that they've done in and outside of Queens Ridge uses beautiful high-end products, and it enhances the aesthetics of our community. I myself want a place that's safe where I can walk my daughter through, a beautiful area that allows me to take her outside and go shopping and enjoy my community and give her a sense of belonging and a place where she can also have a sense of community. So thank you. I support this, and I hope you do as well.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Brian Moore, and I reside at 9420 Crown Vista Lane. I'm a new resident here in Nevada, and I'm here trying to get involved and see what the community is about. I just moved from the East Coast, New Jersey, and I think as a new resident, also almost an outsider looking in, to see Nevada grow and build is a good sign and decision that I made to move here with my son and I. I'm currently self-employed, and I make my living through real estate and renting out my home in New Jersey. This development will open up more job opportunities and spending, which is always good for the growth of the state. This opens up more business opportunities for someone like myself who considers to be a grown business owner one day. Overall, I believe that this will be good for the community and will open up doors for people and overall development of this area. I am in full support of this developer's request and think that it would be beneficial to the area of Nevada. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Erdine Skolnick, and together with my husband, I reside at 984 Coatbridge Street in Fairway Point. We moved to this area about 13 years ago, and particularly in the Queens Ridge area for the prestige and vibrancy. Somewhere along the line, I feel that Queens Ridge has become stagnant. I believe that downtown Summerlin has taken the vibrancy from Rampart Commons, which is right in back of our home, and the uncertainty of the golf course has put us in a state of yesterday. My husband was in the construction business all of his career, and I was fortunate enough to travel with him, starting with his position at the World Trade Center. He was headhunted in Reno for the construction of the new MGM at that time, and then headhunted for San Ramon Valley, San Ramon, California, for the Chevron project, which brought new vibrancy to San Ramon. So I'm fully familiar with projects such as these, whether they be residential or commercial, and the impact that they have on communities. I myself am from Stamford, Connecticut. My father built his dream home way back, and he thought that things would never change. Over the years, people moved out of the bedroom community for New York City. They moved upstate to Sandy Hook, and people left Greenwich and moved up that way. It took them about 35 or 40 years to come to the conclusion that, yes, maybe we should stop fighting the urban renewal and allow Stamford to regain its vibrancy. It started about 10 years ago, and I'm happy to say that they're back up and running, and it's been a boon to the area. So my husband and I are in favor of this project. I feel that it will bring vibrancy back into the area, and I feel that you should approve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Sigal Chadha, and I'm an attorney, and I represent 3 unit owners, 9103, Unit 804, 9103, Unit 506, and 9101, Unit 104. All 3 unit owners are proponents of the project. I'd like to take a minute and also expand on a little bit of what I've seen tonight. What I'm noticing is that none of the opposition even acknowledges the beautification that is going to occur on what is now seemingly a run-down golf course that has become a breeding ground for burglaries at Queensridge. None of the opposition acknowledges the projects that EHB has put together, and we've seen this through Tivoli, we've seen this through the towers, and we are also seeing this through the new Supreme Court building and the new appellate court building that is coming downtown, which I know that is a proud pearl in their crown. On the other hand, what I have heard tonight, and it's very disturbing, I've heard endless disparaging comments of collusion with the city attorney and criticisms of the staff and completely defamatory statements which seem to be meritless. And this developer has done wonderful things in Summerlin, and I believe that they will continue to do wonderful things in Summerlin and, again, with downtown. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Carol Barber Turkhorn. I live at 1009 Pinnacle Pass Drive in Bacoli Ranch. I'd like to urge the council to turn down this project. I think it's disingenuous and almost criminal that these people bought this in 1990 with a PUD, and on some technicality, the PUD is being ignored. These are good tax-paying citizens who have paid their taxes, paid the price for the property, and have been given a copy of the PUD when they purchased. I think you also have to consider safety, the drainage, and the schools. I can't imagine approving one without a school when the schools are overfull already, and CCSD said that there's been no conversation and there's no plan for a school on the site, even if you do on a technicality ignore the PUD. I'm confused by number 10, where it says that it's zone PROS for Parks, Rec, Open Space, and you're changing it to high-density residential. You've been talking about a RPD 7, but in item number 7, it says that it's Parks and Rec Open Space currently and changing to high-density. So that's a confusion.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Chad Stratton. I live at 9212 Worsley Park Place. I am highly accepted to this development. What they bring to the corner and the beauty and the towers, their work is just phenomenal. The golf course, where I'm concerned, it could just a desert. So hope you accept and their development project.
Thank you.
My name is Noel Gage. I live at 9103 Alta Drive. A while back, I bought a custom lot at Queensridge. And I had to agree in writing that no representations or warranties were made with regard to views. I wasn't going to become a member of the golf course, and indeed, there was no entitlement to anything on the golf course. I purchased knowing that, as everyone else did. Pretty much the same thing when I purchased my condominium at 1 Queensridge Place, where I now live. It's really disingenuous for some of these folks to assert, despite the fact they're my neighbors, to assert that they have an entitlement to the golf course. While I understand some of their views, it's just not something they're entitled to. And what's particularly disconcerting is the last meeting I was at 1 Queensridge Place, where I heard what I view as slanderous and indecent remarks focused against some of you all and focused against the mayor. That's not the way to argue an issue. Those scare tactics aren't necessary. We're dealing with intelligent people. So I fully support the project. As others have said, you're not going to get anything that comes close to the quality that EHB builds. And you've seen it. It's not something you have to guess at. You look at Tivoli, you look at 1 Queensridge Place, et cetera, et cetera. Not to permit this project to go forward would be a drastic mistake. Thank you.
My name is Dr. Joseph Qualiana. I live at 9621 Orient Express. I would like to voice my strong objections to the project as it's being presented, and strongly feel that it will destroy Queens Ridge development as it is now and as I had purchased into this project. I invested in this project because it was a master plan, it was guard gated, and it was a golf course. I went into this for health, for the security that it would give me, and for the well-being and enjoyment that I would have planning to live in this development for the rest of my life. I would say that this project significantly challenges my health and those like me who may have lung and heart disease, because this project will go on for years and will provide nothing but dirty, polluted air, a lot of noise, a lot of stress. As opposed to what the developer will tell us, I feel that this project will challenge our security, my security, that of my family, by the addition of thousands of units with thousands of new residents with access to my property. Now, my property on Orient Express abuts on the flood zone, and I would like to reiterate what some of those have said before me. This project, when I look in the backyard of my home during a regular rain, it looks like the Colorado River is coming down the mountain. I cannot understand how the land in this valley can be zoned.
Dr. Qualiana, I'm sorry, I need to cut you off. Your time's up.
I can't understand how it can be zoned for residential. I would like to recommend that this commission considerably think about this when they vote on this project, and I recommend that they vote against it.
Thank you.
Just in the principle of common sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Mr. Chair, my name is Jim Jimerson. I have the privilege of speaking on behalf of the project. I'd like to announce that I have 5 supporters or more, so that I may permit to speak to you for 5 minutes?
Yeah, can I see who they are?
Just raise your hands, please.
Yeah, go right ahead. Thank you for letting me know beforehand.
I could filibuster for 20 minutes here. For purposes of full disclosure, I live at 9101 Alta and lived there for 3 years. Before that, my wife and I owned 2 different homes that abut the golf course on Winter Palace and on Kingsgate. On each one of and I have the privilege of representing currently the developers, the applicants, with regard to certain litigation that has been filed against them. You heard one of the proponents, Mr. Piccoli, earlier, and you heard from Mr. Schreck, who is a plaintiff in another, and I have the privilege of representing the applicants in response to those pieces of litigation. So I am now their counsel. But before that, I have a long history here because my wife and I have owned property here now for 15 years. As you heard from a couple of other witnesses and people giving testimony, when you bought a home on Queens Ridge, you were told right up front that the golf course was not part of the homeowners association. I have the language on a phone here. I could read it. It specifically exempts the golf course on the 18 holes of golf course. And that's told you in the purchase agreement. It's told you part of the master declaration. It's told you in multiple cases. And this is not a matter of missing the fine print or not reading the fine print. This is a matter of not reading the bold in black print, repeatedly stated in multiple documents. Now, when you buy there, like I bought there, you would, I think, hope that the golf course would remain there. But you were told when you bought the home that it was zoned RPD 7, or the zoning that existed over the fence. And you were told that there was the right to build. In July, you were told by 36 people who spoke before you about how there was never a right to develop this property, about how it was always going to be and promised to be a golf course in perpetuity. Now you've not heard one word of that today, have you? Because it has been demonstrated that there is the absolute right to build, and there is no obligation to maintain the golf course in perpetuity. And that was told to anyone who bought a project, including every one of the people who claim or they say that they're owners here before you. And there are good people here. My friends are here who spoke against this as well as for this. But instead of throwing, and we talk about terms of threats and these allegations of shenanigans, bait and switch, raping the community, those kinds of active verbs do nothing to further your decision making. If I were in your position, that wouldn't aid me as a determiner of this recommendation that you will make tonight. It seems to me that you should be looking at the qualities and the merits of the project and who the developer is. That's certainly what I would be doing. But in the CC&Rs and the purchase agreement, you are told that it's not only not a part, but there's future development, you're guaranteed no views, and that you have no guarantee as to what the adjoining property will look like. And have you heard from the 40 or 50 people who oppose this tonight one criticism about the 75 homes on 183 acres? One sentence. No objection about that. Because if you can't have a golf course that's run down, that can't make money, and that is, really right now, an uncertainty, wouldn't you want to have a development of the quality and nature that is being proposed by this developer? And from the folks who spoke here, they are speaking more to the higher density area than they are as to the larger part of the project. Wouldn't you want to have a home that was on much more ground than even your home, right over the fence, with 7,000 trees and the other representations that have been made that are guaranteed under the terms of the development contract? Why don't you have faith in your own staff? The recommendation by staff for this project is not something that comes lightly, especially in the face of the opposition, all the meetings that have taken place. Staff is unqualifiedly in favor of this. And okay, so I guess it has to be, because it can't be on the merits. It's got to be because there's a cozy relationship. It can't be because it's a proper project. There has to be some shenanigans going on. And that's what you get when you have lawyers and opponents who fancify their opposition but ignore the facts. And the facts are that this is a quality project. what you know about EHB, what you know about Four Stars Land Company and 180 Land Company and 70 Acres, is the developers of some of the best projects in Clark County. And what's not been mentioned is they also built 42 homes in Queensridge. Their work is unique, their work is quality, and their work is something to be a credit to themselves and to our community. And I've not heard an original buyer from any of those homes ever complain about the lack of promise and truthfulness on the part of this developer. And so I respectfully request that you support this application and the 7 applications before you, and that you vote in their favor. And I do appreciate the fact that it's a major matter, a lot of good people on each side of this, but let's look to the merits of this, and the merits support this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jimerson.
My name is Irving Berliner. I live at 800 Aquitaine Court. I don't have a golf course view, so I don't care about the golf course. I don't golf. I bought that place here. I have a disability, so I can't drive, so I need places to walk to. So I have the area to walk to over there. That area is going to change. The traffic on Charleston, people drive 50 miles an hour down there. You put all this additional traffic from Rampart and Charleston with these trucks and stuff like that is dangerous. The reason we bought in Queens Ridge, it was a developed community. You don't expect them to come and tear stuff out and build a bunch of new homes there. You buy in an area, you buy location, location, location. So when you go to a place, it's fully developed, you don't expect them to change things around. So I think it's difficult for most of us when we buy in a community that's already established, there's not a lot of area to be developed, that you don't expect things to change. I think that's what this is all about. And to take advantage of people, because you know you can push things through, is not correct. Excuse me for talking the way I talk, I promise. But I mean, that's it.
No apology necessary. You're very articulate. Thank you.
Diana Leahy, 9101 Alta Drive. I'd like to just ask questions, actually, for my time, because I'm just not sure. Who's found that we are in need of 2,400 tiny rentals in this area? And I'd like to just, if you could answer quickly in 10 seconds so it doesn't use up my time.
No, ma'am, that's not the way this is going to work. This is your opportunity to make your statement. You're welcome to ask those questions, and if one of the commissioners or staff feels it appropriate, once we close the public hearing, then we'll be happy to answer those. But we're not going to go back and forth at this time. This isn't the time for that.
Questions?
You can ask anything you want. I'm telling you that they're not going to be responded to during this 2 minutes.
Like what school are the children going to go to that's overflowed? Or it just seems like these things should have been looked into before this vote. I mean, these are very important about our community. Same thing with where all this water's going. There's just no answers, and then all of a sudden you're voting. And why does it have to be so many rentals? We have a lot of communities already that over the last, since the recession's over, they're building a lot of rentals again, and there's just not a need. And then to take all the majority of these people, their investment, and reduce it by so much, how come you can't just put in some homes with a decent-sized piece of property? Why does it have to be an extra 2,400 tiny rental units, and which I would assume also Section 8, you can't discriminate, and there's just no need for it. And I really don't understand how come you can't answer, like, where's kids going to go to school? Who's going to pay for the new school? Or the water? How come nobody has to answer?
I wrote down every one of your questions.
Oh, so you'll have answers before you vote?
if one of the commissioners chooses to address that or someone on staff chooses to answer.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Where would you give the answers to? Because maybe other people want to hear the answers.
Yeah. Yeah, so after the public hearing, I will close the public hearing and we'll have a discussion as the Planning Commission. They're welcome to ask questions of the applicant or even neighbors.
Okay.
And that's where that would be appropriate.
All right, thank you
Thank you.
Hi there. Susan Sullivan, 9337 Queen Charlotte Drive. Some 25 years ago, I married Las Vegas. 8 years later, I found myself a widow. I took my time in selling my big home to downsize. I visited different communities. After renting for another 2 years, I decided that my final home would be at Queensridge because of the beauty of the community and the master planning. Now I'm presented with this. God help our grandchildren if this is the way things work. Nothing stays the same. I guess I should go back to the Midwest, because there, when you bought property, you had a contingency on the plan that you were going to develop. Here we buy it, try and sneak things in, and then get saddled with it. I appreciate your time. I have just a few cards from other homeowners that say, yes, I strongly oppose the overdevelopment of our Queens Ridge Master Plan community.
Thank you. We'll make those a part of tonight's record.
Thank you.
Come on up. By the way, if there's anyone else who wishes to speak, please come forward. We're losing time.
My name is Jerry Engel. I live at 700 Pontchartrain Drive. My next-door neighbor, Art Parker, mentioned that I'm against the project. When I first was introduced to the project about a year ago, we were meeting at the country club at Badlands, and I guess I was convinced that you have a golf course that's not making money, it's privately owned, and what are you going to do with it? And of course I concluded that with the builder, the quality of Johan Lowy, that I'd rather have a quality builder like Johan Lowy than just getting somebody who could put 5 or 6 or 7 residents to the acre. What I wasn't made aware, and I was in favor of saying, look, if we have to face the fact that a golf course is going to be closed, it's going to be developed, let's at least get a quality builder. What I didn't know at that time, and what I was not at least advised of, or since learned, is this section of 2,300 or 3,000 units going up in one little area. To me, that's not quality. And I agree with the second speaker before me that why do we have to have that kind of high density? I think the rest of the course, if we've got to give up the golf course, we were never guaranteed the view for the rest of our lives, but I certainly would object to the high density in the corner, which is in the, I think, the section 70, I think it's called. So I highly recommend that the Planning Commission require the builder to reassess what he wants to do, and if he's going to build quality throughout the other 100 and whatever acres it is, that it also be applied to the whole area, and let's keep the quality up for the entire golf course and not just 1/3 to be high density, the other 2/3 quality. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Engel.
Hello, everyone. Vyacheslav Ignatyuk, 709 Charbon Place. I'm not a great speaker, so I'm not saying a lot. I just wanted to pay your attention to all manipulative arguments sounded by supporting sides. Actually, it was said a lot about quality of construction, about quality of building, how good this project is. But please understand that we are not against building. We are against development in Queensridge. There is a huge difference. Yes, it was said that this development may bring a lot of wages, a lot of taxes. But again, we are talking about development in Queensridge. And We are against this development, not against development in general. Development in general is good, but look at the empty spots in our city. They are underdeveloped. We have a master planned community which is developed. This development is destroying it. And on top of that, this creates a very disturbing precedent. I'm not going to mention any more because probably this is enough. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Okay, does anyone else wish to be heard tonight? All right, this is the applicant's turn, and I'm going to put the timer on for 15 minutes, after which we will close the public comment and hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, we're going to start with Mr. Borgell, who's going to briefly address some traffic issues. Go ahead, Greg.
Yes, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, Greg Borgell, 300 South 4th Street. My role in this matter has been to advise one of the attorneys for the applicant on the nature, adequacy, and procedure on some of the technical studies. Tonight, the issue was raised about the adequacy and appropriateness of the traffic study. This is that traffic study. I'm going to ask that it be entered in the record. I'm not going to try to read it to you in our time. But let me say that it was done by GCW Engineers, one of, if not the premier engineering firm in Nevada. And its finding is that with appropriate mitigations, which are called out in the record, that traffic from the project can be accommodated. And I should point out that their study was drawn at the time that the applicant was thinking that 3,080 total residential units could be considered for the property. As a result of compromises to reach the conformity and standard that Mr. Kempfer has referred to with regard to the neighboring properties, that density, as you know, proposed now, has been substantially reduced by hundreds of units. So the traffic study produced by GCW shows that with mitigation measures, the up to 3,080 units could be accommodated. They're doing many fewer than that. Staff has reviewed and approved that study. They added some additional conditions to those suggested by GCW in their study. The applicant has accepted all of those conditions. So we have a completed study by one of the master engineering firms in the community, which shows that a larger number of units could be accommodated with mitigation measures. The staff has added concerns of their own to be mitigated. The applicant has agreed to all those concerns. I believe that should be determinative on the question of the adequacy of traffic, even though we all know that in that area there are traffic issues. They have been resulting from, frankly, tearing up streets all over town and forcing traffic not to be able to utilize the full planned capacity of the streets. When the streets are not being blocked or closed or redone for landscaping and sidewalks, there is adequate infrastructure, and with the mitigation measures, they'll be adequate for this project.
Mr. John Restrepo has some comments as well.
Good evening, Commissioners. John Restrepo, RCG Economics, 3900 Paradise Road, Suite 209. I'd like to enter for the record a one-page fact sheet of our work. You can take that, please. We have a clean copy as well, if you'd like that. We were retained by EEJA, by the company, by our client, to do an economic and fiscal impact study of the project. Basically, we were looking at what kind of jobs we'd be created during the construction period and what kind of revenues we'd be producing in terms of economic output, as well as wages during the construction period of the project. And then after the project, what kind of property tax revenues would be and sales tax revenues, or excuse me, during the construction as well as sales taxes, and then after the project's completed, annual property tax revenues. We were given information by the client to base our numbers on. And the first number was the construction value was $1.13 billion of construction. Using the in-plan model, which is the standard model used by economists around the country in all kinds of business activities and projects of this nature, we looked at the direct and indirect and induced benefits coming from the project. During the construction phase of the project over a number of years, it's going to create about 5,100 full-time equivalent jobs. Those are a combination of both private and part-time jobs. Overall, throughout the economy during the construction phase, another 5,000 jobs will be created for a total of 10,000. Direct labor wages during the construction period, about $314 million over the period, and then an additional about $575 million of indirect wages, indirect and induced wages throughout the Southern Nevada economy. Finally, on the economic benefit side, output, which is a measure of economic activity during the construction project, $985 million direct related to the project, and another $1.8 billion in the local economy as the spending and activity occurs throughout the project. From a fiscal impact standpoint, a fiscal benefit standpoint, the project, we looked at two entities that would be beneficiaries of taxes, CCSD and the City of Las Vegas. And let me address CCSD for right now. On non-recurring or one-time project purchases over time, it's about going to be generate about $17 million of sales taxes. The spending from workers in the project, as well as indirect workers, the multiplier effect, as we call it, another $2 million, for a total of $20 million over the life of the project's construction. On a recurring basis, property taxes, based on the taxing district, based on the assessed valuation from the assessor's office, information from there, $3.1 million a year in property taxes to CCSD. The benefits of the City of Las Vegas fiscally, during the construction period, about $17 million in sales and use taxes, of which $15 million comes from purchase of construction materials. The other $2 million comes from personal spending of the workers, direct and indirect related to the project. And on an ongoing recurring basis, $2.5 million of property taxes will be generated to the City of Las Vegas because of the project once it's up and running. It's a fully built-out project as currently planned. I'm here for any questions, and that's my presentation for right now.
Thank you. I know Stephanie has some quick comments, and then I'll conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I'd like to just quickly address some comments that were made about the development agreement.
Stephanie, can I just have you state your name and address?
Sorry, Stephanie Allen, 1980 Festival Plaza, here on behalf of the applicant. I'd like to just address some of the comments that, as they relate to the development agreement. First, we'd be remiss if we didn't thank your staff and all of you for your time you've put into this project. We have spent hours upon hours, weekends, Fridays, negotiating this agreement. Mr. Perrigo, Mr. Lowenstein, Mr. Swanton, Lucian, literally hours upon hours. And they do it with every project. It's not just this project. It's not for our benefit. It's for the benefit of the City of Las Vegas. So Mr. Jerbick as well. It's unfortunate to hear some of the comments that we've heard tonight. So I just wanted to thank your staff. With respect to the development agreement, development agreements are put in place to protect the citizens. They're flexible documents. They're long-term agreements, partnerships between developers, master developers like Summerlin, Howard Hughes, and the city or whatever jurisdiction that is. That is exactly what this agreement does. 278 lays out specifically what must be in a development agreement. Things like the description of the land, the duration of the agreement, what happens in instances of default. Those provisions are mandatory under 278. And we've provided those in this development agreement and every other development agreement that the City of Las Vegas has entered into. What may go into an agreement under 278 includes things like the uses, the densities, the heights and the sizes, the phasing, the annexation. All of those things are also in this development agreement, just like they're in Sky Canyon. I firsthand worked on Sky Canyon. I can tell you that me as well as your staff know exactly what's in the Sky Canyon development agreement. This agreement is in fact more restrictive in many respects. Sky Canyon is also market driven. There is nothing in Sky Canyon that requires the developer to build homes. There are triggers that are based on building permits. And when you hit certain building permits, you have to develop certain things like parks and infrastructure. This development agreement is no different. It's only different because it's an infill project that's a repurposing of a golf course. So yes, it's unique, but it still has all of the criteria that's required under NRS 278. It has a requirement for half of the property is going to be open space. So 250 acres, 124 acres of that is open space. That is like no other development agreement that I've seen in anywhere in Southern Nevada. It has development standards and design guidelines, and we've said over and over again that with the custom lots, we'll meet or exceed the Queens Ridge standards, and I'll put that clarification on the record. It has not only hard zoning on the property, that's unique in the sense that it's already entitled to build residential development. Sky Canyon is vacant land way out in the northwest that is starting from scratch. It's a very different scenario. It's for 9,000 units, it's for 2,000 acres. It's a completely different animal in that sense, so it does have some different provisions. There's a 2-year review provision in all development agreements, so all of the folks here have an opportunity every 2 years to see how the project's proceeding, and if there is a default on behalf of us or the city, then it's addressed under 278 of the NRS. 278A, in fact, does not apply to this development agreement, and to my knowledge has not applied to any development agreement in the city of Las Vegas. And the reason is 278A was never adopted by the city of Las Vegas. There has never been an ordinance put in place to recognize that 278A applies to this development or any other development, to my knowledge, in the city of Las Vegas. So I'll turn it over to Chris.
You need to introduce that.
There's a couple clarifications just that I'd like to submit in the record that really have come as a result of the changes in negotiations that I just want to put into the record, and I'll give to Peter, or already provided to Peter. As I mentioned, the CC&Rs for the property will meet or exceed the Queens Ridge custom lot design guidelines. In the development agreement, Exhibit F should have the clarification that in sections A and D, the duration for the time frame for the infrastructure is 9 to 12 months. In Exhibit E to the development agreement, that was intentionally deleted, and I think there was a mistake on the website, so I just wanted to clarify that. In the design guidelines, as Chris has mentioned, we have agreed to limit the half-acre lots to Section A, and every other section will have 1 acre or larger lots. In the design guidelines, there's a mistake in there that says that there's a 100-foot no building structure zone. In fact, that's a 75-foot no building structure zone, so that's just a clarification. Same thing on page 2 of Exhibit B. On Exhibit B, page 5, the 2 family dwellings were deleted. That was a concern staff raised, so we have deleted that. And finally, on Exhibit B, page 1, the number of buildable areas was amended to allow 1 building area on lots 1 to 3 acres and 2 building areas on lots 3 to 5 acres. So I'll submit this into the record. These are just simply clarifications or cleanup items.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Chairman, quickly, first of all, with regard to the email I sent to Mr. Binion, I respect him personally and professionally. He's a top-flight guy. The problem is he became a litigant against our client, and I was informed by our client through their counsel that I should not have contact with Mr. Binion or anyone else who's a litigant in the lawsuit. So we stayed away. That being said, the questions, I attempted to answer them in those general question and answer things that we provided. With all due respect to Mr. Piccoli, the golf course is not subject to the CC&Rs, and it clearly sets forth that. The plan referred to by Mr. Schreck comes into play only if there's a denial. They asked the question, what are you going to do if this particular development plan gets denied? And we were honest with them. We're going to go back and just do comparable zoning. We just told them the truth, and that's what is called as Plan B. I want to reemphasize the fact that staff and Mr. Jerbeck know very well how to do development agreements. They know very well how to protect the interests of the city, and they were doing that through this entire process. With regard to the school, we got the letter today. We promised you that we would continue to work with the school, and we will. And if you really want to impact schools, then put single-family, higher-density development. That's where the impact is. Now, just some concluding comments quickly. We have no doubt that the concerns expressed over this project are well-intended and sincerely felt. All of us who live in Queens Ridge would love it to remain exactly as it is now. But that potential and that reality simply does not exist. The golf course is going away. It cannot be maintained, it cannot be saved, and that is the reality with which we must deal. And there is another reality. The golf course property from its creation was never intended to be part of Queens Ridge, as Mr. Jimison states. Further, your planning staff and your city attorney acknowledge that golf course property can be developed with some kind of residential development. The question is, what will that be? Will it be hundreds of homes matching existing lot sizes and densities on the 183 acres, and perhaps over 1,000 homes matching existing densities in the 70, while simply utilizing the city's normal setback requirements, or it will be developed as the plan before you now? Please, it cannot be emphasized enough that the issue is not a choice between this project and a golf course. That is not the choice. The choice is going away. The question is, once the golf course is gone, what can we do to provide the best project that serves the most people? And respectfully, that is the project before you tonight. Thank you very much, and if you have any questions, we are all here to answer them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This completes the public hearing portion of this evening, and I am now closing the public hearing portion of the meeting. Because we are close to 10 o'clock, rather than interrupt the Planning Commission's deliberations, we're going to take our second recess of the evening. But before we do, I want to thank everyone. Some of you may leave during this break. You're welcome to. You're also welcome to stay. But let me just say, this for the most part went better than I expected it would be. Expected that it would. I think we've heard great comments from both sides of the proverbial aisle, and we thank you. We really do. So we'll be in recess. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to begin again. This special Planning Commission meeting is called back to order. Having closed the public hearing, this is now for discussion amongst the planning commissioners. And we can begin with the Vice Chair, Commissioner Slotman.
Yes, thank you, Chair. If I could have the applicant come up to ask a couple of questions through the chair, if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
On the 75, approximately, and I probably read this, I read the whole 1,371 pages, including the backup and all the support cards and opposition cards, but how many acres of open space will you have on the 75?
In the 75
Yes.
acres, what is it, 100?
There's, on the 70, there's about 12.7 acres, and on the 180, there's 112 acres.
Thank you. And then I just wanted to disclose that I have met with members with the applicant and members that are representing the opposition, and quite a few people representing opposition, and also city staff, and everything that was represented today from the applicants and the opposition and city staff today was substantially everything that was represented to me, prior to this meeting. And so let me ask you a couple of questions. So there's a 75-foot no-build zone against the adjacent residential units, I guess in area 3?
Correct.
And then there's another 75-foot adjacency standard where you won't build any higher than the adjacent houses. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes, and we want to make that clear. It's no higher than the highest house in that adjoining area. So if there are single-story homes and then there's one two-story, it will not be any higher than the highest home there.
So that's within 150 feet of any of the adjacent homes.
Right.
You won't be any higher. In section 1 or area 8, 1, 2, and 3, will the only thing that's constructed higher than the adjacent homes be the two towers, or is there another section within 1, 2, and 3 that'd be taller than that?
She has the map. I'll let Stephanie take that.
Sure, if we could maybe look at it on the overhead, great, thanks. The sections you're talking about are in green and red. The green are the no-build zones, and they're directly adjacent to any touch points of homes. The red is the additional 75 feet of transition area where it can be no higher than any of the adjacent homes. In the yellow or orangish color, the maximum height here is 55 feet, but there's a significant elevation change from the property to the west and this development area 3. So in some parts as much of a difference as 30 feet. So the 55 feet would be from ground level up.
Okay, and so all the lots that are within the preserve, which are the 180 acres, will they be equal to or greater than, that's one thing that I couldn't understand. Is it equal to or greater than the width of the lots that it's adjacent to or abutting the existing lots, or is it equal to or greater than the actual acreage?
It's the actual acreage. And section A here would be where it's limited, the half acres are limited. The rest of them will all be over 1 acre. Most of the lots within Queensridge are not over 1 acre. So for the most part, most of the lots will be larger than any of the existing homes.
There are homes, though, on lots that are larger than 1 acre. And so we want to make sure that there will be no lot that will be smaller than a home that it's adjoining.
Okay, thank you. And Chair, if I may continue. I had a question, email from someone from the general public, if the clubhouse was going to stay open or if you're closing that down. Could you address that?
Frank?
And this is in
I
regards to...
think the clubhouse is closing down. Frank, that's a yes or no.
It's under lease now. When the lease expires, the decision will have to be made what happens then.
Okay. According to Mr. Pankratz, it's under a lease right now to the company that operates the golf course. When that lease expires, then a determination will be made what to do with the clubhouse in this interim period. Eventually, the clubhouse will go away, yes.
Okay, thank you. And then, you know, I actually have been to California before, and I've seen the units at the Village in the park, which has the 3,000 units on the 60 acres, and being from Dallas and seeing the development that's transpired there over the past 12 years, and seeing some of the development that's happened in California, especially with the Village in the park, 3,000 units on the 60 acres versus the 2,400 acres, or 2,400 units on the 75 acres. And it was developed in a way where there's a lot of open space and a lot of wide streets, wide sidewalks, tons of landscaping, and it actually felt good. And you didn't see the parking garages and tons of cars, and it created the sense of a community. So even though it sounds like a lot, and it is a lot, I think if it's designed properly, I think it could fit. The question I have is, we're going to be reviewing, I think, Development Area 1 with the SDR. Will Development Area 2 and Development Area 3 require SDR as well?
Yes.
Yes.
Development Area 1, the SDR is actually before you tonight with regard to that particular project, subject to the conditions that we've agreed to with staff, including limiting the height no higher than the height of the podium and the access on Rampart. Development Areas 2 and 3 cannot be developed until there is a site development review as a public hearing. And at that point in time, a lot of the things that you've heard about in terms of where will the building be, how will my line of sight be affected, where is the access for pedestrians and vehicles, all of that will be addressed as part of that site development review.
Okay, when will the 2.5 acre park be triggered to be constructed?
I don't want to misstate that. When would you do the park?
It's specified in the development agreement.
This development agreement has that into it, I think.
It must be constructed by the 1,500th residential unit. So that's similar to triggers in other development agreements where you have to essentially stop building if you don't complete that requirement, as well as some other triggers in here.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, should we stay up here or sit down?
We'll bring you back up if there's a question.
If they can, I just got a couple follow-up questions before I make my comments in a little while.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Just if you can point out to me on your map for construction access, I've heard about it and I keep hearing it, and I'm not really quite sure where you're going to put it and how you're going to access the various areas, you know, with construction equipment.
So construction access for the preserve, the 180 acres, will be off of Hualapai. It will not be accessed through any of the existing Queensridge gates. It will be accessed at some point along Hualapai. And there's plenty of acreage here where trucks, in theory, could be parked there, or they could be parked off-site, which is my understanding how it was done for Tivoli's development. They utilized some of the Suncoast property, or potentially could utilize some of the existing property adjacent to Boca that our clients also own. But access for the 180 would be off of Hualapai. Access to development areas 1, 2, and 3 would be off of Rampart.
Okay, where on Rampart?
Initially, development area 1 will be developed first, so the access point would be the new entrance right across from, I guess, your entrance by Cheesecake Factory. Right here. I don't know if you can see that.
And then what is the change in elevation from Rampart down into Development Area 1? Where you're going to put your access ramp?
My name is Frank Pankratz, 9103 Alta Drive, number 801. At this point, the grade is at the intersection of Rampart and Alta is pretty much level with the pad level at that corner, about 2695 elevation.
And then if you access near, for the lack of a better reference point, near the Cheesecake Factory, what's the change in elevation?
At the Cheesecake Factory, elevation differential between Rampart and the pad would be, Rampart's a little higher by less than 10 feet, I think.
Okay. And then how about accessing Section A?
Section A, yes?
Yes. Where will you access Section A from?
Section A will come from the, through Development Area 3, as will some of the access to the preserve will come through Section Development Area 2 and 3.
So if you're doing Development Area 1 and Section A roughly at the same time, you'd have the road running through your development areas?
There would be roads there, yes.
Okay, anywhere else?
Not that I know of, no. Is the question, would we have roads?
This exhibit shows the planned access points from Development Area 3 to Development Area 4. These 4 points will eventually be the gated access points into Development Area 4. But if you're talking about construction traffic, there won't be finished roads getting in there. These would be, I guess, temporary construction access points.
Thank you.
May I continue on through you, Mr. Chairman, with some questions regarding the same subject?
Go ahead, Commissioner Quinn.
Thank you. In previous meetings, I believe we were together 5 or 6 or 7 times. I asked the same question that Commissioner Flangus has asked, and I'm still not very comfortable with the direct answer. I feel that it's pointing us somewhere, but I don't feel like it's a direct answer. So my next question is, where will the big backhoes and the diggers and everything that are going to come on your property for 3 or 4 years, where are you parking these at the end of the day when they go? Because I know they don't go back to the rental place or to the store. So where do you plan on parking this heavy equipment?
They will be parked in their respective construction areas where they're working in that particular time.
Okay. So let's just say on a good day, you're building a few of these big houses and you've got 200 or 150 subs on site. Where are they parking their cars?
There will be different staging areas. For example, when we built, or affiliated companies built Tivoli Village or One Queens Ridge Place, at certain points of time, we had arrangements with the Suncoast to park on their parking lots.
But as of today, you have nothing firm, like you don't have a deal with the Suncoast. You had a deal, but right now you're not firmly committed to parking them anywhere.
No, and there'd be opportunities on site for parking, for the workers to park their vehicles as well.
On site as on neighbors' streets?
On various parts of the property that are under construction at that time.
There will be no parking of any construction vehicles on neighbor streets.
Absolutely not.
Just absolutely none at all. And we also have the Renaissance site that's across, Frank, maybe you can point that out. That's our property as well that we can utilize for construction traffic.
Okay, and I did have another question while you're up here that doesn't have to do with this parking. You said in a couple places, the assisted living building might go here, it might go there. Where's it going?
The assisted living?
Yeah.
The assisted living is contemplated in either Development Area 2 or Development Area 3.
And when will that decision be made, where it will go?
That'll be part of our future SDRs that we have to come forward with.
All right. My other question got answered by the school district letter. I mean, I was very, very concerned about the school, and the letter unfortunately came late, but it came just in time for me to understand that this is going to inundate the school district tremendously. Let's see. I do believe that when you buy a house, you don't buy the golf course. It's no different than when you buy it, you know, Queens Ridge Tower, you don't buy the view. But I also believe in my heart that this is changing the quality of these people's lives dramatically. And what scares me, though, is if we don't vote on this plan, then you show me this other plan that just inundates them with, you know, you go, it can either look like this, or it can look like this other picture, which is just inundated with houses. It's like from black to white. So I'm afraid to vote no, because I'm afraid of what they're going to get. And I'm afraid to vote yes, because I'm afraid of what they're going to get. So there you go.
No, and that's actually a very fair position to find yourself in. Because
I don't like it.
I know, and I don't blame you, but again, I can only speak as somebody who lives there, and who probably more than anyone, because of where I live, I'm subjected to the potential of 5 units an acre instead of 2 units an acre. And for me, 2 units an acre behind my home is something that I can handle more than the potential of 4 or 5 units an acre.
Excuse me, I wanted to ask one more question through you, Mr. Chairman, and then I'm done, and I'll be ready to vote when they make the motion. My other question was, in number 6, where it says, and to reflect the as-built condition.
You're talking item 6?
Yes. I didn't understand what this meant. I've read it over and over, and it says, and to reflect the as-built condition of the remaining properties. So is that a statement that means that the homes that are going to be built are going to reflect the same things that are there? I mean, that's how I'm reading it, right? And to reflect the as-built condition of the remaining properties.
So, Commissioner Quinn, is that a question for staff or for the applicant?
Peter?
Through you, Chairman, the as-built condition was an original request to show how the remaining portions of the Peccole Ranch plan has developed to make a one-to-one to the current status. That is no longer a portion of this request, and it's only applicable to the proposed 250 acres.
So why is it here?
It was originally part of the request and is no longer part of the application.
But when we vote on it, it will be in the item, right?
The backup materials reflect only the changes to the 250 acres. It does not reflect as-built conditions for the remaining portion of the Peccole Ranch plan.
All right, I'm just a little confused on that. Okay, thank you.
I'm going to come to you, Commissioner Trowbridge. If you don't mind, I have a few questions for staff, beginning with our city attorney, Mr. Jervik. Mrs. Qualiana wanted to ask a question during her comments earlier tonight, specifically about a prior meeting, and I was wondering first if you could address that, and then there have been some comments about 278A And with that, I just need a brief response about that, please.
Certainly. If the question is, were the continuances in this case appropriate, or did they exceed some level called out in our code? If the applicant were to have made those requests, they would have to, at some point in time, show good cause. But many of these requests were made by city staff, and no such burden exists with us. Well, of course, I like to think that we wouldn't have asked for continuances unless there were good cause. And the last continuance in particular was when I reached out to Mr. Kempfer and asked for 30 days more, thinking that the neighborhood wanted it and we wanted it. The Planning Commission gave 90, which was in excess of what we had asked for. But nevertheless, I believe that all those continuances were appropriate and do not jeopardize your ability to vote on this project. Second, on the 278A argument, I wrote that down, and I wrote a little comment to myself saying there's no point in addressing it. I can say very simply that there has been an argument that we are not in compliance with 278A, and therefore we're not able to do this deal. I disagree with that argument. The city is in opposition to that argument. It is currently being litigated in the 8th Judicial District Court, and to go into the minutia of the lawsuit, I think turns this board into the 8th Judicial District Court. It doesn't have any binding effect. So all I will say is that with due respect to the individuals who filed the lawsuit, we disagree, and if you need more information, I'll be happy to provide it.
Okay, thank you. And then two of the questions that Mrs. Legge asked tonight, I would like staff to briefly address. The first is the school. I know the Clark County School District read a letter that the city received just today into the record. And perhaps, you know, when staff makes its comments regarding this question, they could address both that letter and what the plan is with the school. And then one for Public Works about drainage, where's the water going?
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chair. With respect to the letter, as with the school district, as with every planned community or project where we enter into discussions on a development agreement, we are responsible to make sure we're looking out for the interests of the community in terms of infrastructure, public amenities, and so on, and schools is obviously an important part of that. We directed the applicant to meet with the school district and work out some sort of an understanding before we would move this forward. The applicant did as we had requested, and quite some time ago received an email from council at the school district indicating they would not participate in a conversation. And so at that point, there was not much we could do from staff's perspective but to go with the input the school district gave us initially that didn't say whether they approved it or disapproved of the project. So we had really no input at that time. Since then, as has been stated, we did receive the letter today. We've talked to the school district, and they would like to enter into a conversation to form a memorandum of understanding or a memorandum of agreement or some sort of understanding as to what their needs are and what the applicant could do to participate in meeting their needs. And the applicant has stated that they are more than happy to enter into those conversations. And so I think that's perfectly appropriate.
Thank you. Public Works?
Sure, Mr. Chairman, through you. The water is going the same as where it's been going for the last 20 years. So it's essentially the same conveyance corridor. If they want to build on top of the conveyance corridor, they need to build according to regional flood standards. And as some things that were mentioned in the meeting, the Army Corps of Engineers and that type of thing. So they'll need to handle it through an approved drainage study, and it's basically the same conveyance as it is working today.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Trowbridge.
Thank you, Chairman. I've got 3 questions, and then if no one else has any other additional questions, I'd be ready to make a motion. But my first question is, will our vote on this particular project create a precedent for other golf courses in the valley, or in the city, I guess? Yes, that's probably a question for staff.
I'll be glad to answer that to the extent that I have an answer. Recently, I think that there has been some evidence that the demand for golf in Las Vegas is down as it is across the country. And as a result, there are a number of courses, not just this one, that are seeking to convert to something else. Another one that has been cited in some of the meetings I've had with neighbors is Silverstone. Silverstone is completely different than Queens Ridge. As I stated at the beginning, for whatever reason, I wasn't here then, but the council gave hard zoning to this golf course, RPD 7, which allows somebody to come in and develop. The Silverstone is zoned civic, I believe, but beyond that, it has a drainage easement recorded over the entire property, and the grass that is part of that golf course is integral to drainage. And Lucian will correct me if I have misstated that, but that's what I believe to be true.
That's correct.
And so when the individuals who took over Silverstone attempted to turn off the water and kill the grass, the city stepped in and required them to keep it open because of that drainage easement and the requirement of the turf. If there is another golf course in town that has hard zoning like this one does, I would be surprised, but it's not impossible that isn't true. And if that were true, then they would have the same rights as this applicant to come in and ask for either a development agreement that gives them something beyond which you would be entitled to with just the zoning, or to come in and just follow the zoning and make that kind of request. So I believe to the extent that this is the first that you've seen converted, it would require the same characteristics that this golf course has, hard zoning, RPD 7 and the like, in order for somebody to say no. To say no to a golf course where there is hard zoning, as somebody said earlier, and I wrote it down, it was Mr. Reesner, and he was exactly right. He said there's no obligation to modify the master plan out here or the development. That's true, but the flip side is also true, that something can happen here. And if this is denied, the applicant has every right to come in and ask for the kinds of things that Mr. Kempfer indicated in his introduction, which is zoning consistent with the surrounding land uses. So.
Thank you. So I heard you say that the action we take on this is really not the matter. It's what the hard zoning is for the parcel that's involved. And
Correct.
so this is a standalone project, as would any subsequent request. My second question is for the proponent. I saw the drawing that you just had up a second ago that showed some dark arrows going from the 70 into the preserve. I just want to get on the record. Does that facilitate vehicular traffic going from the 70 into the preserve?
It does.
That's the one.
This is an exhibit to the development agreement, so it's part of the record and part of the development agreement. There is a plan, and again, this will be part of future SDRs that'll show exactly the locations, but there's a plan to have access for the residents within the preserve to be able to access it from the 70.
Is that vehicular access or foot?
Vehicular, and it will be gated, and that's in the development agreement that has to be gated access.
So they're not going to have free access to drive through to take a shortcut out to Wallabias?
No, it's for the 75 residents within the preserve.
So technically, I guess the arrows should go the other direction.
Correct. They can ingress or egress, but it's for the 75 residents.
Oh, it's just for, okay. And then my final question is, one of the opponents showed a rendering that showed a 12-foot wall that totally blocked the view of everything. I thought you had a competing rendering that showed the 75-foot setback, and that photograph left me with a pretty negative impression. It wasn't a photograph, it was a nice rendering.
With a 75-foot setback.
No, I was looking for something that showed the wall.
I don't know that we have a wall exhibit, to be honest with you. It will be part of the site development review, and it is contemplated in the development agreement that it will separate the preserve from the 70 and the 70 from the preserve. They will essentially be two separate developments.
I've been through multiple briefings on this thing, and I remembered seeing some kind of a document that showed a line of sight rendering as to what it would be from some of the parcels that were real close. But I don't know, it was,
One of the other thing on the walls, the development agreement speaks to that the walls will be, if not the development agreement, some of the narrative.
I think the top
it's the
4
development
feet are
agreement,
supposed to be wrought iron.
Yeah, it speaks to the walls will be predominantly wrought iron for the benefit of several things, being able to have
Right.
view corridors, plus for the migration of the wildlife through the property.
Yes, I think that is the more accurate deal. When it shows it as a solid wall, it gives you one type of visual impression. But when you see it as a half wall and the rest of it being wrought iron, it's a different view. Okay. Any more questions?
Yes, Commissioner Creer and then Commissioner Cherry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a number of questions. So since we made the abatement from July, help me chronologize what happened and what's taken place since then. It sounds as though you guys, there's been 2 meetings that happened last week, and that seems to be about it.
No,
There's been a while, go ahead.
all right. No, we had private meetings. We continue to meet with your staff. That's where some of the things that we are now introducing in terms of changes to the development agreement, that's where those were negotiated. If you recall, the continuance was designed so that, it's our recollection, and I think the record would reflect it, that the city was going to hold the meetings, and at those meetings then present information as to everything that was going on. So I think
My recollection was that you guys were going to meet with the neighbors and try to come to some compromise that would be better served to come back to this board with. That was my recollection. And that, from hearing all the neighbors that have been here, it doesn't seem to have happened.
Well, as I said, over the course of this, we've had 47 different meetings, so.
One of the things to probably mention is of the 36 people who spoke, with the exception of the plaintiffs on the lawsuit to the city and the applicant, we sent them letters to come in and meet with us and visit with us. We'd be happy to address and answer any of their questions or concerns they had, and we didn't receive one response.
Okay.
Which I think, if I might, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, I think that's a more
But I
accurate-
want to keep it brief because I want to stick to the questions that the Commission's asking, but yeah, I'll give you a brief response.
I just want to say that that's a more accurate depiction of what happened during that period of time. I forgot about the fact that we did reach out and said, hey, you were at the meeting, we'd like to meet with you, and we got no responses, so.
So you met with the homeowners association and those persons that have come in front of us representing the homeowners. You've tried to meet with them, and you're saying they didn't meet with you?
I'm saying what Mr. Pankratz is saying is that we sent them emails. Everybody who identified themselves at that meeting, we listened to the tape, got their name, sent them notice, we got their name, sent them a letter indicating that we'd love to meet with them to discuss the project with them, and we got no response. That's what Mr. Pankratz is saying, and I believe him.
Is Ms. Wegner, Elaine, you step up for me, please? State your name again for the record.
Elaine Winger-Reisner, 9811 Orient Express Court.
Okay, so what is your recollection of what has happened since July, since we made the abatement, in terms of
Since July, at one point, and I brought my calendar with me, I can give you the exact date. Brad Jerbick, Tom Perigo came to the Queens Ridge Homeowners Association, our clubhouse on the south side of Queens Ridge, with our attorney, Shauna Hughes. We had a meeting. That meeting was in September, and it lasted approximately 2 hours and 38 minutes. It was taped. And we asked questions, and Brad Jerbick and Tom, we were able to ask questions and talk to them about our concerns, and that was it. But it was never an input. It was never, we're here to get community input because we want to modify the plan, or we want to come to the table. in good faith that there could be some community input. Basically, we got the same answers we've gotten in the past. Those are the same answers that have been given to us at what I call town hall meetings. Those happened in 2015 in August, again in December. And, sorry, I just have to recall because I didn't bring those records.
That's fine. I just want to know about from July, from what is.
From
just
July.
So you met with.
We met just once
Okay.
with them.
Mr. Perigo and Mr. Jervik?
And they
Nobody from
came,
the developer?
yes.
No one from the developer side
No,
was present?
I believe that's the meeting that, unless
September?
there's another meeting that you had, there was a meeting that I attended at the HOA with,
There was. Chris, you're right, there was, but I'm trying to recall, when was that? I was actually out of town for almost 10 weeks, and I didn't miss any meetings. So I'm going to tell you that I think that might have been in June. You, Frank Pankeritz?
Can I just remind everyone to direct their
Oh,
comments through
sorry.
me?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No problem.
Two people from the developers team, Brad Jervik, Tom Perigo, Shauna Hughes, and the board. But I will have to tell you, my recall was that was in June. Is that correct, Brad?
That's correct, Elaine.
Yeah, so we met in June once. That was several hours. We met, and once again, it was a presentation. It's always been a presentation about what this development is going to be. It's never been a session, so to speak, where there's any kind of give and take.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And so I have another question. So the water, and this goes back to Lucian maybe, says that it's going to stay the way it is, but what is the cost associated if you're going to build on those homes? It can't possibly stay the same way that it is, right? I mean, because water flows on top of that golf course now, correct?
Sure, Mr. Chairman, through you. So today, the golf course is a water conveyance corridor. If they want to build on top of it, they'll need to, one proposal that we saw was build some box culverts. And they could also use some open channels to direct the flow down in the same direction that it's going today. So, yes, I'll need to kind of capture it and send it through at the intersection of Alt and Rampart, but it's kind of the same.
So should that plan be spelled out in the development agreement?
And through you, Mr. Chairman, it is in the development agreement, the requirements.
I mean, spelled out with the, specifically of what it's going to do. You said what they could do or whatever it is. Not necessarily potentially what we might do. Shouldn't it say, this is what we're going to do?
Well, again, through you, Mr. Chairman, what the development agreement does is it gives them options of things they could do. So we're not prescribing exactly what you have to do, but they can come with an engineered solution on how to capture the water. And so they're required to have a master drainage study in the development agreement, and that master drainage study needs to be approved through the city. With the things that they propose, they can do either one. I mean, for sure, with the 720 of the SDR that you're looking at today, that has to go under a box. We know that for sure, because they're basically building on top of it. But going west of the 720 units, it's not fully determined yet.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Jervik, I have a question for you. So there still seems to be some debate about this RPD 7. And I just want to make sure that we understand. You're saying that that is not in discussion? It is RPD 7, or the developer can build on this land without getting any additional entitlements? That if this doesn't go through, they have the ability to build 7.49 homes per acre on that land?
It's a little more complicated than that.
Okay.
And I think that I'll ask Mr. Kempfer to feel free to disagree with me as I walk through it slowly. It is hard zoned RPD 7, according to our records. That is residential plan development up to 7.49 units per acre. The planned part of the residential plan development makes the developer come in with projects that are compatible with surrounding land uses. This is pretty built out. There's a lot of surrounding land uses. Some are on acres, some are on half acres, some are on third acres. I don't want to speak for Mr. Perigo, and I'll let him chime in here at the end, but typically what staff would do is if somebody came in with a recommendation to build on an acre next to an already developed acre, they would probably say that's harmonious and compatible. Now, that's part of the equation here. If they came in and said we want to build 7.5 units per acre next to acre homes, planning staff would no doubt say that's not compatible. And the developer, I doubt, would even ask for that. I think Mr. Kempfer is in agreement. I see him nodding yes. The next thing to keep in mind is that all of this land that's zoned RPD 7 is also unimproved land. So there is a portion of it that nobody can build anything in right now because it's in a FEMA flood zone. So that is something the developer is aware of, and he knows that before he can even apply for any unit per acre, that has to be removed from a FEMA flood zone. So that's what Lucia was talking about when he's talking about the flood control. Something's going to have to occur to remediate that problem. And it's going to have to occur with city engineers agreeing, and it's going to have to occur ultimately with the federal government agreeing and taking it out of a FEMA flood zone. Other things that have to occur, roads have to be built, utilities have to be built, all of that has to be built. So to say that you can come in today and do anything, you can't do anything at this moment because nothing is improved to develop on. But assuming that the land is improved, that the off-sites are created to city standards, the flood control issues are remediated, and the traffic and fire studies say what they say right now, which is no impact or an impact that can be mitigated through other means, then the developer has a right to come in and ask for things that are compatible with the surrounding land uses. This plan, to the extent that there's high density in the northeast quadrant, is not compatible with the surrounding land uses. They're asking for more. And what they're asking for in exchange is we will reduce the density, something far, far less than what we'd be entitled to in Area 4, which we now call the Badlands Golf Course. That's pretty much the deal. If that is not approved, and it's totally within your discretion, there's no obligation to approve it, and there's no inverse condemnation if you deny it. But if it is not approved, the developer will come in, as Mr. Kempfer has indicated, and look for a more traditional development that accepts existing zoning and compatibility with surrounding land uses.
Okay.
And I would just, Mr. Chairman, just real quick, I agree with everything that Mr. Jerbick said. I would just add one thing, that in order to exercise that entitlement, in other words, they don't just bring in the applicant would not just bring in a plan to staff. That comes to the Planning Commission in the form of a site plan review. So it's a discretionary approval. But again, you're looking at, with your discretion, looking at all the things that Mr. Jerbick talked about in terms of being compatible with existing development and taking care of all the infrastructure and that sort of thing.
Okay.
If I could roll 1 second as well, Commissioner Creer, I have the benefit of having my calendar here to close the loop on the meeting. We met, Mr. Kempfer, Mr. Pankratz, Mr. Perigo, and myself with Shauna Hughes and the HOA on July 6th at 4 o'clock, and the Planning Commission voted to continue this matter for 90 days on July 12th.
Right. Thank you. And I have another question about, are we talking, even though this is a different agenda item somewhat, but since we're here, condominiums are apartments, which are they?
They will be built to condominium standards, but it was indicated, some of it's market-driven, and others is driven by the fact that obtaining financing for condominiums is very difficult. So you build according to condominium standards, you lease those condominiums, and then later you can sell them. It's not, I've been doing this for 40 years, and it's not an unusual practice for them to do that.
Okay. How come we just got the traffic study? And we just got it submitted. We haven't seen it. We've been talking about this for a year.
Well, Mr. Chairman, if that question is
I'd like that to Public Works to address, please.
Sure, Mr. Chairman. The traffic study was actually approved in, I think, September. And what's been on the city's Badlands website is, I believe, the same thing that has been submitted on the record. We've had that, and it's recently approved in September.
So it's the same traffic study? Then it's not a different traffic study which was submitted to you or to whomever?
Well, Mr. Chairman,
because there was a traffic study that I forgot who gave it. Yeah. I'm not sure if it was Mr. Borgell.
Yes.
Submitted a traffic study to staff. that you just submitted today?
Sure, Mr. Chairman, through you, I wasn't able to review the study that was submitted, in the record today, but if it doesn't exactly match what we have on the website and we have approved, then we can't use it. We have an approved traffic study that we have conditions on that needs to be followed, and I'm assuming that's the same thing. We could ask the applicant, but I think it's the same.
My issue is that the public hasn't seen it, I guess, if we haven't seen it, and...
Hey, let's let the applicant answer whether
Okay,
it's the
somebody
same
answer.
traffic study.
Commissioner Creary, it is the same traffic study. It's been available as a public record since approximately April. We wanted it to be in the record of this hearing.
Okay.
But it's the same study that was readily available to anybody. But for clarity, we wanted it in the record of the hearing.
For this particular hearing?
That's right.
Thank you. And, I have also a big issue with the school overcrowdedness. I don't know how comfortable I feel saying we'll work it out. Because one, the school district has a bonding capacity that they're building schools now, which we're all aware of. But, I'm sure that we know how many schools are going to be built over the next couple of years, and you don't know if there's a school that's going to be built in this particular district to service these additional 350 elementary school students. It's based on their calculations. They said it's going to be 350 additional elementary school students moving into a district that is 160.04% overcapacitated, and based off of the bonding capacity that's happening, they're going to build, I forgot how many schools. You guys don't know if there is a school being built to satisfy these students in that particular district?
May I respond?
Commissioner Creer, are you asking a question?
I'm asking you if you guys know, because they've listed the schools that are going to be built with this bonding capacity that's been approved. And so I'm wondering do you know if there's a school that's going to be built in that area?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, we've known all along that schools are an important part of this community and always have been willing to work with the school district. In fact, our major mod on page 14 specifically says that during the course of the major mod, the applicants will continue to work with the school district to explore ways that the applicant may be of assistance in mitigating any actual impacts that the additional residents on the property may actually have on nearby schools. So whatever that may be, this is the first we've actually heard from the school district today. So if it means that we need to contribute something, those are discussions we're ready and willing to have, and we've tried to reach out for months now. But unfortunately, we didn't get that information that you're reading until today.
Yeah, I don't think you know the answer to my question then. Yeah, because there's a list of schools that they're building that satisfies, based off of the current bonding capacity that has just been released. There's a number of schools, I forgot how many, there's a number of schools, and I didn't know if you knew if there was a school that was being built in that district. I imagine if it was, then the person from the school district might have mentioned the fact that, oh, but by the way, we're building 2 schools that would help satisfy this. She didn't say that, so I'm assuming that there probably is not a school being built. That means that I don't know when a school is being built unless you guys donate a school to the school district, because under that certain binding capacity, there's no more money to build additional schools. That doesn't mean it can't happen in the next legislative session or what have you, but as currently where it sits, I guess there's no school that is there.
Mr. Chairman, there is an answer to that, which is this happens with very frequently, that we have schools or other departments come in and say, there's going to be an impact, and if I can, Commissioner, there's going to be an impact as a result of your development. So we want to work with you so that you can help mitigate that development. Sometimes it's giving land, sometimes it's giving money, sometimes it's buying additional portables. Those are the things that we had reached out, as Stephanie says, months ago, and we just heard today. But that doesn't mean we're still not committed to do the same thing that we promised that we would do before. You work it out, and obviously it's going to be part of our development agreement as it moves forward.
Thank you, Mr. Kempfer, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
No more questions, Commissioner Crowe?
No, sir.
Commissioner Cherry?
Through the chair, I have a host of issues
that I'd like to talk about that that I would need addressed if I was to be able to support this application. The first, with the preserve, I would need tighter language in the development agreement that caps the 75 units. Right now, I feel like there's the ability for the developer to come back and request more, which I couldn't support. The second thing is specific to the drainage infrastructure. I would need that to be tighter in the development agreement as well. I see the picture of the preserve with the 5 acres, and quite honestly, it looks nice, but the reality is through the development agreement that there could be a canal that comes through here for drainage infrastructure. And I don't think that's what's been represented and what should be built. And because it's so intense with drainage and grading, I would also like to see a performance bond in the development agreement. I think it's just, it's such a large undertaking with all the different elevations associated with this that it's, there's just not enough there for me. Specific to the 70, you know, I have an issue with the density. I mean, I've always had, I didn't know where I would land, but I know you started at 3,000, went to 2,400, and I still think it's too dense. I think I could support development area 1 and development area 2 for 1,400 units, with 200 of that being assisted living. I think 2,600 is too dense, and quite honestly, I think development 3 should be a larger transition area to the rest of the project. So there would be a lot needed to change for me to support this project, and a lot that ties back into the development agreement that would have to be hashed out. But that's where I stand at the moment in summary.
Commissioner Flangus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I spent a lot of time on this project, studying these items probably more than I ever have since I've been on this planning commission. I've toured the project with the developer and toured it a second time with the developer's representative. I've met with the homeowners' representatives. I've met with the representatives from the developer in my office several times, met with the homeowners' representatives in my office several times. And I put a lot of time and a lot of thought into this. I want to first preface my remarks by saying this is not about collusion. It's not about litigation. It's not about 278. It's really about land use and smart planning. And so that's where I'm kind of pushing myself to try to come to some resolution on this. And this is where I stand on this right now. I like, the developer does a great job. I mean, the product he puts out is magnificent. You know, what I've seen, I haven't seen better in Vegas. The problem is that I think we're going a little bit too aggressive in this area for what he's trying to do. And I can't support a lot of this, that I can support a portion of this. I like a lot of things about the project, but the way it's presented right now, a lot of it's tied into this modification, and it's also tied into this development agreement. And no offense, but once that development agreement is signed, it doesn't matter what's been said at these meetings, really, unless there's an ambiguous provision, then you can come back here. And so the development agreement would stand on its own, and there's just too much, there's just not enough specificity with design standards, where we're going to build and the like. I have to agree with Commissioner Cherry. I like the project on in Area 1. I'm okay, I think, with Area 2. I'm not okay with Area 3. I think it pushes too far into the residential area. And no offense, a 4-story building is not compatible with the general area. The most dense portion up there is the Tudor area, which is up to the north, and I think that's about 10 acres to the unit. In Area 3, my understanding is we're dealing with 55 feet maximum. We can build up to 55 feet in it, if I'm not mistaken. That's pretty high for an area that's supposed to be at a transition area between the housing areas and the like. And so I just think it's just not compatible with the area. It's too dense. I like the 5-acre estates. If I had to rule on this, I would try to put a condition on their 5-acre estates, conservation estates, all through the area. That would be a great resolution between the neighbors and the developer, even down to 3-acre estates. I don't like the 1 acres down there, because you got to really look at it from the neighbor's perspective. This is a closed-out master plan. There's about 7, from what I understand, 7 buildings that still need to, or 7 residents that still need to be constructed, maybe 2 that are under construction right now. So to push that type of density in there is not fair to these folks. And I know, you know, I'm pro-development, and I like to see things done. The project's gorgeous. And so here's where I think what I'm going to support tonight. I will definitely support items on this agenda tonight, items 10, 11, and 12. The reason I'm not going to, I would like to be able to support Area 2 as well, but the problem is Area 2 is tied to the modification and it's tied to the development agreement. So I really can't support it just on that reason alone. I think the project itself is okay. So I'm going to re-recommend, and this is the way I'm going to vote tonight, is to deny 6, 7, 8, and 9 and approve 10, 11, and 12 for whatever it's worth with my fellow commissioners. Thank you.
I'd just like to make my final comment, too. For me, there's just too much uncertainty. I feel voting in favor of this project tonight, I'm not quite sure really what I'm voting on, even after many, many meetings. There's an old saying that says, don't base your decision on the advice of those who don't have to deal with the results. And that's how I feel tonight. Like, I feel there's just too much uncertainty with all the hard work we've all put into it. But I'm going to not support this project this evening.
And Mr. Chairman, I hate to bother this again. I just got a couple more little comments. There was a question about precedent tonight. And it's not so much the precedent of other golf courses that I'm worried about. The precedent I'm worried about, I'm going to reluctantly support item number 12 tonight, which is the site development review plan. And the reason I say reluctantly, because normally when we get a site development review plan, you know, y'all have been up here before. We've got where it's going, we've got what it's going to look like, we've got elevations, we've got what the materials, the colors, and everything it's going to be. And I would highly recommend before City Council that you probably get something in your packet in that regard. Because the precedent I don't want to set is I don't want folks coming in here with a concept as a site development review plan, because that's a bad precedent going forward. And I think it needs to be a little bit more concrete on that. So I just wanted to qualify my previous statements, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and make my final comments too, because I think you're about ready to make a motion. So the Planning Commission is advisory to the City Council on the matters that we're considering tonight, which means that regardless of the way the vote turns out, everyone will have a second bite at the apple with City Council next month. I've been on the Planning Commission for about 6 years, and I've never spent more time on any application, more time on any than I have on this. My guess is I've had 15 to 20 meetings between the applicant, people in opposition, staff, briefings to get ready for tonight. I spent 90 minutes on the golf course looking over the entire property. I drove to California, looked at the spectrum to see what type of product we could be looking at. There's been a lot said tonight about what the applicant can or cannot do based on prior agreements, and specifically that is the Peccole Ranch Master Plan, including the amendment and development changes that have occurred throughout the years without updating that master plan. My decision tonight is really focused on the major modification to the Peccole Ranch Master Plan. I think like everybody else, I'd love to see the golf course stay there. I mean, from my large conference room at my office, it's an absolutely beautiful view looking out over the golf course. But if that's not feasible to keep the golf course, then we have to look at what the options are. And after I've considered this for months, it's my opinion that they can change the golf course and drainage to a single-family residential and multifamily residential homes. I think they have tried to be sensitive, and I think the development agreement is sensitive to existing adjacent parcels. Many of the homeowners that are here tonight on those adjacent parcels, most of them probably disagree with me. The GPA that takes us from a golf course to multifamily residential on the east side does not alone provide adequate buffering, but I'm satisfied that the development agreement does protect the adjacent existing sites. And in my opinion, therefore, the density is compatible with the surrounding uses. And for that reason, I'm willing to follow staff's recommendation for approval on these items. And now, Commissioner Trowbridge.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to preface my motion by simply saying that I'm going to vote on the project based strictly upon the merits, not the emotions. You know, it's not going to be influenced by anything that was allegedly said by any other person except tonight at this public meeting. I'm not going to be influenced by what a current or previous staff member may have said or did or didn't do. I also have to acknowledge what Mr. Garcia said. I think he's still around someplace, where he said that this project, like all others, you know, impacts the quality of life and the value of property surrounding it. But that's just the business that we're working in here. And so when I look at what the options are, the golf course is pretty much, I think we've all agreed, is going away. Now we're left with what do we have to deal with? And when we look at this particular project, the track record of the proponent, the quality of the projects, I'm inclined to support it, but it's at the same time, I have the same concerns as everyone else with the school, flood control, access to the parcel, as well as the lack of specificity somewhat in the master agreement. But having said that, in the totality of it, I can't vote sorta. It's not one of the buttons we have to push. You got to push a yes or no. So I'm going to be making motions in support of the project to uphold staff's recommendation. We have to recognize their professional input and the many hours that everyone's put in on it. And so without further ado, in regards to item number 6, major modification 63-600, and make a motion to support staff's recommendation for approval.
Thank you. Motion is made to approve item 6. Please vote. Please post. Motion fails.
Thank you.
I would entertain, should we at this time entertain an alternative motion?
I'll make the motion.
Commissioner Quinn?
Thank you. The motion for abeyance item MOD 63600 is for denial.
Okay, thank you. Motion is to deny item 6. Please vote. That motion carries. Item 6 is denied.
In regards to General Plan Amendment 65-399, make a motion to support staff's recommendation for approval.
Thank you. Motion is to approve item 7. Please vote. Motion fails. I'll consider an alternative motion.
Thank you. I'll make the ulterior motion on number 7, GPA 63599. My motion is for denial.
Thank you. Motion is to deny item 7, please vote. Motion carries. Item 7 is denied.
In regards to item number 8, which is zoning 63601, make a motion to support staff's recommendation for approval.
Please vote. That motion is denied.
Thank you. I'll make a motion on number 8, the zoning 63601. My motion is for denial.
Thank you. Please vote. Motion carries. Item 8, I'm sorry, that motion does not carry.
I need to retract my vote on that one there, hit the wrong button there. So I voted yes on this one.
Okay.
This is on item number 8.
This is on item 8. The motion was for denial. Yeah, let's withdraw all
Should I redo
votes and ask to vote again. Now, I want to remind everybody, the motion was initially made to...
Yeah, I blew it too.
Hey, hang on. Hang on. The motion originally was made to approve item 8. That motion failed, so an alternative motion was made to deny item 8. And that is the pending motion. So these are going to be withdrawn, and we're going to revote on item 8 for denial.
So a yes vote is for the denial.
A yes vote is for denial.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Of course you did. You vote.
That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman,
Item
if I'm
8
ready
is
to make
denied.
motion, I'm sorry, I'm ready to make motions on 9, 10, and, excuse me, never mind, I'll wait till 10.
All right, Commissioner Trowbridge, item 9.
In regards to item 9, which is Director's Business related to the major modification 63602, make a motion to support staff's recommendation for approval.
Thank you. Please vote. That motion fails. I'll consider an alternative motion.
Thank you. Regarding number 9, DIR 63602, my motion is for denial.
Thank you. Motion is to deny item 9. A yes vote is for denial. Motion carries.
In regards to General Plan Amendment 62387, make a motion to uphold staff's recommendation for approval.
Okay, motion is to approve item 10. Is that correct?
Correct.
Please vote. Motion carries. Item 10 is approved.
In regards to item number 11, zoning 62392, make a motion to support staff's recommendation for approval.
Please vote. Motion carries. Item 11 is approved.
In regards to item number 12, which is site development plan review, 62393, make a motion to support staff's recommendation for approval.
Please vote. That motion carries. Item 12 is approved.
Mr. Chairman, items 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 will be heard at the City Council meeting on November 16th, 2016.
Thank you very much. That concludes the public hearing portion of tonight's agenda. We are now to the citizens' participation part of the agenda, item 13.
Mr. Chairman, if I may just take a minute to thank everybody on the commission and especially staff, Mr. Jerbick for all their hard work. Tom and Peter, Steve have worked so hard, Lucian. Everybody's worked hard, and we really appreciate it. And we thank you all for time and consideration on a very difficult issue. And we appreciate your thoughtful consideration.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. No subject may be acted upon by the Planning Commission unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium and give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, will be limited tonight to 1 minute. If anyone wishes to be heard, please come to the microphone and state your name and address. Seeing none, that concludes tonight's meeting, and we are adjourned.